Another beautiful Saturday night in lower downtown Denver. Rockies back in action, game 2 of a 3-game set against the Miami Marlins as they try to bounce back after falling last night to Miami 13-5. And welcome upstairs, everybody. Glad as always that you're along with us. With my partner, George Frazier, I'm Drew Goodman. Tough night for the Rockies last night, but let me tell you what's been a very good year all around. The outfield play defensively and offensively for the Rockies. And the amazing thing is, we all know, most of this year the Rockies have gone without their perennial all-star Carlos Gonzalez out there, but there's been a couple of guys who've really stepped forward.
Well, and another guy, too, Michael Kadire, who's the National League batting champion. He's missed a ton of time along with Cargo, no question about it. And you look at what they rank among the National League outfield. This is combined average. They're first. Home runs first. RBIs third. Runs first. Hits first. Slugging percentage first. It tells you something about this organization and what they've been able to go out and get the Drew Stubbs, the Brandon Barnes, and the development of a very good young player. And we're talking about Corey Dickerson.
Well, Corey Dickerson's been fabulous. Of course, Blackman, as you mentioned, makes an all-star team. Corey Dickerson's closing in on 20 home runs. He runs well. He's old-fashioned Charlie Hustle like Michael Kadire. He does everything at a fast pace, and he hits to all fields, George.
A lot of hustle doubles. That's what you liked about him. A little flare to left. The next thing you know, he's sitting at second base. Teams don't have started to recognize that, but its ability to leave the yard. Last night, this home run cut the ball game to a 6-4 deficit. Unfortunately, bullpen couldn't keep it close, and it went away. But this young man has put on a display, particularly here in August, when you start to watch young players start to go downhill a little bit because they're not used to this many at-bats in the big picture of playing at the big league level, and he's turned the throttle full force here in August.
Well, remember at the start of the year when Walt Weiss was asked, you're carrying 6 outfielders, he said, we'll make it work, and they have made it work. Unfortunately, there have been the injuries as well to Michael Kadire and Cargo. When we come back, we'll talk about Jordan Lyles. He's 6-1, looking for victory number 7 this evening.
three-game weekend series with the Miami Marlins. And the man that will be on the hill for the Rockies tonight is Jordan Lyles. It'll be his 4th start in the month of August and his 4th start since returning from the disabled list. Of course, he was injured. He broke a bone in his glove hand. And prior to that, he was one of the top starters on this staff. Let's take a look at some numbers when you're talking about going through the order. Now, prior to the injury, you look at his numbers. 185, 240, then 323. Teams were hitting 246 against them. That's the opponent batting average. In his starts here in August, he's been great the first time around, 045, and then it jumps up to 364 and 375. He is experimenting with a changeup. That could be a good thing, that could be a bad thing, but he has done well early in games against the order, and then as they come up a second and third time, he's given up some long balls. In fact, of the 15 hits he's allowed this month, 3 of them have been home runs, like that one to Jay Bruce. You always have to keep in mind that Jordan Lyles is young. Even though this is his 81st career start in the big leagues, he made 15 as a 21-year-old, 25 as a 22-year-old, 25 last year, and here he is. He's going to turn 24 coming up in October as he walks by me. That man will be on the hill tonight, really trying to put together 6 or more great innings of work tonight. And we'll see if the Rockies can get a win behind Jordan Lyles on the hill. Rockies and the Marlins getting set to get it on here at Coors Field. We have first pitch coming up next on Root Sports.
Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by your neighborhood Toyota stores. Toyota, let's go places. By Inova Cancer Care, advanced non-surgical treatment of prostate cancer in only 5 sessions. Visit InovaCC.com. By CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Southwest Airlines, find our fares online only at southwest.com. Very pleasant Saturday evening in lower downtown Denver. Jordan Lyles making his way to the Coors Field mound. The former Houston Astro will make his 4th start since coming off the disabled list with the broken left hand. And the first man he'll face, Christian Yelich, and Yelich has been on a tear. He's hit 10 consecutive games. In fact, over his last 4 games, he has 2 hits in each of those. Here's the Southwest batting order from Mike Redmond tonight, the 43-year-old skipper of the Marlins. Donovan Solano will slide up and bat second. Jeff Baker hit there last night, produced a couple of doubles, 3 hits overall. Giancarlo Stanton, 3 hits last night. Casey McGee will bat cleanup. Garrett Jones is in there at first base, the big left-handed bat. Marcell Ozuna, 5 ribbies last night, his second slam of the year. Jared Saltalamacchia once again will do the catching, and Adeiny Echeverria will be at shortstop batting 8th in front of Tom Kohler. Let's take a look at some more numbers on Jordan Lyles. They're brought to you by Inova Cancer Care, painless outpatient treatment of prostate cancer. Visit InovaCC.com.
Yeah, 6-1 overall record, 247 against. Right-handers have hit 221 against. That's going to be important in this ball game with most of their power and RBI guys. Stanton, McGee, both right-handed hitters. At night, he's got a 3.70 earned run average, outstanding. Daytime games, to tell you the difference, 8.9 ERA.
Well, the sun will be a factor in about a half hour, 40 minutes for those first basemen. Nolan Arenado at third is so adept at bouncing the ball on one clean hop over to Morneau. We'll see if that comes into play tonight. He is shortened up with Yelich at the plate, in on the grass. Something happened right before first pitch. Home plate umpire Tim Timmons.
What was that all about?
I don't know, everybody's laughing. Tommy Ronald saying something. So here we go. And the first pitch on the ground is second. George, if this pace continues, it'll take him 27 pitches to throw a complete game. That has never happened.
In less than 27 minutes. To see how good that game will be.
Take a look at the Rockies defensively. It's brought to you by Excel Energy. Visit responsiblebynature.com today to learn more. Dickerson, Blackman, and Brandon Barnes the outfield this evening. Arenado, Culberson at short. DJ and Justin Morneau with Michael McHenry doing the catching. Here's Solano. And Solano screwed everything up. We were on that 27 pitch pace, and he takes a pitch.
A little bit high. A little lower, he probably would have take a hack at it.
That's outside. 2-0 on Solano. Batting .240, couple home runs. He's driven in 18. They're a little unsettled at second base. There are very few clubs that don't have that one position, sometimes a couple of positions, where there's a platoon of sorts.
Well, they've got one at first with Baker and Jones. Second base, kind of the same thing.
It's down the first base line past Perry Hill.
I think as you draft to try to fill positions that you know are going to either go away or you need to strengthen. That's one of the areas.
That's a strike, and that's all for Solano. 2 outs. Done by Jordan Lyles.
Nice right turn there. You got to grab some pine because this is an excellent pitch from Lyles right on the outside corner, black frame beautifully by McHenry behind the plate. If he's going to get that pitch all night, it may be a short night. That was a good job of receiving the baseball.
Here's Stanton, and he takes a strike. Well, the Rockies kept Stanton in the yard last night, George, but he still drove in 3, and he still threw out 3 knocks. We were told by people who are within the Marlins organization that he is a vastly improved hitter, and he demonstrated that last night.
The average reflects that. You don't see him chase as much. Last night he chased a breaking ball in the dirt against Massett for a strikeout, but other than that, he's got his defined his strike zone very well.
And that's a strike. Well located fastball again. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Giancarlo Stanton. That's a pitch he would have swung at in years past.
Well, I think also the emphasis of where his team is, 4 back in the wild card, 1 game over 500 compared to a year ago where they lost 100 ball games. He'll take the walk. Where he was on a ball club that they traded away Josh Johnson, Burley. They kind of emptied out all the high free agencies guys they had signed. And Stanton was very upset about it. He's very vocal about it. I think this year realizes this is a pretty good young group of players. And he has demonstrated to be a very good leader.
Well, George, they control him for the next 2 years. This was his first year of arbitration eligibility. They obviously want to sign him to a long-term deal. I say obviously. In the past, Miami hasn't always spent a lot of money, or when they did, they held him for a couple of months and then traded him. You know, and get Burley and Jose Reyes, all those guys.
The one contract they did throw out was Josh Johnson, 4 years, $40 million, to keep him intact. But he was healthy at the time when they delivered that contract. This young man's going to demand a lot more than 4 for 40.
Now, Michael Hill, who's their president of baseball operations, worked for the Rockies many years ago. I was visiting with Michael, and he said, we are not letting him get out of town. They are going to do everything they can to retain his services long term.
And that comment doesn't surprise me, because if you did say, yeah, in 2 years he's going to be gone, your stadium would be really empty. You got to do what you got to do to keep him. I mean, he's that type of player. These kind of players come around about every 15, 20 years in baseball. And that's, can you only imagine him hitting the free agent market with the Dodgers or Yankees? Some of those teams, Boston, would pay for him.
Yeah, 3 words. Oh, my goodness, right?
Yeah, him and Cano could go to the same bank.
1-1 on Casey McGee, with Stanton, who will occasionally run now.
10 stolen bases. Yeah, 10 stolen bases. He's been caught once.
Brett Butler working with him on that aspect of his game.
Well, trying to make him believe that he can be the complete player, not just a power guy, but you can be an average guy at 299. You can steal bases. You can really be a premier outfielder.
That's hit down the right field line, and Barnes near the corner makes a running catch. Wonderful grab by Brandon Barnes to close the book on the top of the first inning. Boy, that's a heck of a catch by Barnes. Full tilt, fully extended. The bottom of the first inning. Charlie Blackmon's going to lead off for the Rockies. 15 home runs. He's driven in 60. Chuck last night had a couple hits and 5 at bats. Also a line out. Southwest batting order for Walt Weiss will feature Brandon Barnes, who just made that terrific catch. Probably saved a run. Brandon will bat second. Then Morneau, who homered yesterday. Then Nolan Arenado, Corey Dickerson. They're 3, 4, and 5. McHenry, he has swung the bat so well since coming back to the big leagues. Charlie Culberson, DJ LeMahieu, and Jordan Lyles. Good athlete, as we frequently tell you. On the hill is Tom Kohler, 28-year-old from the Bronx, New York. Went to New Rochelle High School, George. And New Rochelle is where my father-in-law went to high school, about a half-hour south of where I grew up.
18th round draft pick, 2008. You love to see nice stories when guys like Kohler get to the big leagues, because most 18th round don't get there. You know, and obviously made a name for himself. I know Mark Wiley, who works for the Rockies now in the minor league system, watched him in A-ball. So this guy's going to pitch in the big leagues. Velocity increase, command, off-speed pitches increase.
And you see his first couple of fastballs at 94. He's been working right at 93, so a slightly above average fastball for Kohler. 4-pitch mix. As you heard on the pregame show, Jeff Houston was discussing it. The big key phrase for him tonight will be getting his curveball over, because he throws it close to a quarter of the time, typically.
He's pitched well here at Coors Field in the past, I can tell you that. He made a start here.
Let's take a look.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, George, let's take a look at some of the numbers brought to you by Inova. Painless outpatient treatment of prostate cancer. Visit InovaCC.com.
Now, just like Alvarez seeking his 10th victory, he's 9-9 on the season. 25 ball games started for them. He's been in that rotation for a while. He pitched against Colorado on July 22nd, 2013. 7 innings, 1 run here at Coors Field. Then almost a month later to the day, he threw 7 innings, 6 hits, 1 run in Miami.
He has pitched well against the Rockies. 2-2 on Blackman. There's the curveball. Three and 2. Temperature in the low 70s. Kohler's out of Stony Brook. You may recall last year, wasn't it last year Stony Brook was close to making the College World Series, or did they make the College World Series?
I think it was a couple of years ago they made it.
This is line to left, and Yelich moves over and makes the catch. Let's take a look at the Marlins defensively. Brought to you by Excel Energy. Visit responsiblebynature.com today to learn more. They've made the 4th most errors in the National League. Yelich, Ozuna, Stanton, McGee, Echeverria, Solano, Jones. Saltalamacchia has been guilty of 13 errors.
Most of the errors have come from 3 players. Echeverria, 12 errors. Jones 12. Saltalamacchia 13.
Yeah, shortstop with 12 errors. You say, okay, you know what? That's a lot of chances. That's not a number at this time of year where you say, oh my goodness. But Jones at first base with 12 errors, especially not playing every day, is a high number.
Very high number. He does play a little outfield, but mostly at first.
Yeah, this is going to be gloved at short by Echeverria, 2 outs. And then Saltalamacchia with 13 errors. That's a bunch. 2 gone, and I'll bring up Justin Morneau.
Boy, did he hit the ball hard last night. Morneau obviously swung the bat, hit the big home run, his 14th of the year. He had a single, a home run. He walked, and he hit the ball hard twice other than that, where he scalded it right at people.
Well, as a first baseman, look at his ranks. His 319 average is first. The hits are 4th. Home runs 8th. And this ball is in the air to center field. Fairly well hit, but it'll be handled out there by Ozuna. So a 1-2-3 first inning for Tom Kohler. And we'll go to the second. Garrett Jones is going to be first against Jordan Lyles in the second. A reminder, in the fifth inning, we do something, George, pay attention.
I'm paying attention.
Toyota talk.
I know all about it, but
Toyota
doing it a
talk.
while.
Yeah,
exactly.
we do it every fifth inning. And you can tweet your questions using the hashtag Toyota Talk. And hopefully we're able to get to a bunch of questions tonight. Always fun interacting with you. It's that Toyota Tundra. George drove up to the top of the that little landing area. He does it every March, right before the season starts.
What are you talking about? I do it every day.
Oh, it comes down at the end of the night?
I take it home at night and I bring it back. I wash it and I bring it back and put it up there.
That's actually George's car. It's his private parking spot. So it's a little trade-off.
Got a little elevator in the back.
You have your own parking spot, but guess what?
Yeah.
You got to put it in four-wheel drive to get it up there every day. Base hit by Garrett Jones, and that'll bring up last night's hitting star for the Marlins, Marcell Ozuna, with his 5 ribbies and a grand slam late. Start looking at those numbers. For center fielder, 19 home runs, 70 driven in. Pretty impressive. And last night, here's his big fly late against Juan Nicasio.
And he got a fastball up and just unloaded. I mean, there was no doubt when this left the bat that it was going to get out of the ballpark. And it did. Unfortunately, in grand fashion.
See if Jordan can get a ground ball here. Something else about Ozuna, and this is true of Giancarlo Stanton. It's one of those statistics of which in baseball there are an inexhaustible amount of stats. But 7th inning on, he leads the big leagues in home runs with 12 and RBIs with 34. And Stanton's right behind him, and that's going to be a base hit. Jones will shut it down at second, so it's first and second, nobody out. And what that tells you is he rises to the occasion of big moments typically, because games oftentimes are decided in the final third.
Well, and he's doing it against best setup men, best closers. That's the key. You know, you're not getting a guy when the team's down by a high number of runs, and you're getting a toss-in guy that's a minor leaguer trying to feel his way through. First time in the big leagues, you're getting the other team's best typically.
That's a great point as well. Well, Lyles has Saltalamacchia at the plate.
Much better.
Saltalamacchia 1 for 5 yesterday.
Much better hitter from the left side than the right side.
Every player in that Miami lineup last night had at least one hit, and they produced 16 hits in winning 13-5. 7 of their 8 regulars scored a run. Good pitch. Saltalamacchia is well traveled. Up with Atlanta, then to Texas, Boston, and now Miami. But he's played only 3 career games at Coors Field. This is his 4th. Challenged and beat him up high, 2-2. Royal Palm Beach, Florida, and he's got rising fastball. Lyles gets the first out on a punch out of Saltalamacchia, his 2nd strikeout.
And what you're trying to accomplish, obviously you get the strikeout because you're a ground ball pitcher. You get the double play, get out of the inning in a hurry. This fastball just ate Saltalamacchia up, and you take a look at what Jordan likes to throw majority of the time. You'll look at the fastball cutter. Now the changeup has started to obviously be thrown a lot more with the success that he had with it his first couple of starts. So look for that pitch and the percentages to go up.
Here comes the shortstop, the 25-year-old Cuban native, Adeiny Echeverria. First reached the big leagues with Toronto, hit .254 in 2012 in 41 games. Last year .227 in 148 games with the Marlins. He's improved his batting average close to 50 points from a year ago, hitting in the low 270s right now. See, the on-base percentage has gone up. He can pick it. And this one is going to be caught by Blackman. He was positioned perfectly. Such an underrated part of this game defensively, George, is pre-pitch positioning.
Well, knowing where the key to that is if your pitcher can pitch to the defense. You know, you make a mistake with a ball in, you're trying to go away, and all of a sudden they pull it in left center when Charlie's playing in right center. I started to say this last night. I'll tip the cap to Charlie a little bit. He's played left, he's played center, he's played right, and he's played all of them very well. And that's a difficult thing to do for an outfielder because the ball does come off the bat differently when you start to hit it to different sides of the field.
And for instance, to George's point, he was in right field yesterday. Whenever Drew Stubbs plays, Charlie's in right, especially in the absence of Michael Kadire. Tom Kohler at the plate, and he hits it late foul. Didn't sound real crisp off the bat. Tom looked at the bottom of this. Is this thing mine? Right.
This thing felt way too solid to be my bat. This isn't a pitcher's bat.
Do you have any of your bats? I mean, not that you had, I'm sure, a great number of bats, but do you have?
Yeah, R161, 35, 33.
You have a 35-inch bat?
33 ounces. That's what I swung. The R161 because it had a great big handle and didn't hurt when you got jammed.
You have any left at home?
I got one. There's still a whole lot of hits left in it.
Really?
And it's 30 years old. Yeah.
Probably going to have to hand it to somebody else to get those hits out of him, aren't you?
Yeah, that one's probably going to stay in the trophy box at home, along with a lot of other bats I got. But that'll probably stay over there to the side. It's got a few nicks in it.
What's the bat you that you're most fond of?
Probably Kirby Puckett, Game 6. He broke it in the World Series, and I took it upstairs and I had the entire team sign it. And that's probably the fondest bat that I have. I've got a Pete Rose bat, obviously, and some other things. A lot of Rockies bats, weight box bats, guys that I thought, Keith Hernandez, Hank Aaron bat, Willie Stargell bat. I mean, it's just stuff that over the time, you know, they're special players, and I thought it was great to be able to snag one away from those guys.
Nice catch in the upper deck. Kind of a body catch.
Kohler's up here swinging it like he's hitting 500. You're hitting 053.
You know, I'm with you, George. There's something about baseball bats and subtle differences bat to bat. Did he go? Punch it out. It's a pitcher. There you go. Very nice job pitching out of a little situation there by Jordan Lyles. First two men in the inning got base hits, then a couple of strikeouts and a fly ball. No score, middle of 2.
and the Rockies. Nolan Arenado is going to lead off for the Rocks. Guy's been one of the hottest hitters in all of baseball. I asked Walt Weiss what he's been doing better at the plate.
It's more about him maturing as a hitter. Obviously, the defense has always been at an elite level, but I see him maturing as a hitter, slowing down his at-bats, thinking along with the pitcher, those types of things.
The numbers prove this out. If you look at what Nolan Arenado did last year in an entire year when he led the team in games played to what he did this year, he's virtually surpassed, at least tied almost every category. We got doubles on there, homers, runs, ribbies, and look at his batting average. And Drew and George, when he went on the disabled list, that was back on May 23rd after that double in Atlanta. He was hitting .305 after last night, back up to .306 where he was, having a great year.
He's having a tremendous year. And he'll lead things off here in the second inning for the Rockies. 45 extra base hits for Arenado. 4 for 4 and a walk last night. That's a .306 batting average.
For me, he hits a lot of pitches that are thrown out of the strike zone, meaning down low. Very good low ball hitter. Now look at this pitch. That ball's diving down and in on him. It's more of a changeup. He shoots it right by McGee at third base, and then this line drive to left field. Gets down into that corner, able to jog into second base. 2 doubles last night for Nolan. Uh-oh. That's above us. Yeah, you know, he reminds me a little bit of a Todd Helton, a young Todd Helton, in the respect that he really takes advantage of the gaps here. And it's not a home run swing all the time, but where Todd had so many doubles, over 500 in his career, that, you know, it's just all those things come together. And I just think he's one of those guys that wants to play 17, 18 years. It's going to be fun to watch for a long time. Got him to reach for a ball down and away. 94-mile-an-hour fastball grounded to short.
Yep, Echeverria throws him out. That'll bring up Corey Dickerson. Subaru brings you the manager's challenge. If there's a questionable call, instant replay, of course, will be used to determine the outcome. Brought to you by Subarus. Love, it's what makes a Subaru a Subaru. Troy Calhoun, the Air Force Falcons head football coach, is going to join us in a little while. Looking forward to seeing Troy, an enormous Rockies fan when he's not Xing and Oing and working on the triple option.
I look back there, his young son had on the College World Series hat, so I know where they were this summer. It's always a good time to go there now because they have all the tournaments while the tournament is going on, so to speak, and then kids get the advantage to go watch some really good college baseball players, future big leaguers.
Yeah, we've been up there playing and watching the College World Series. TD Ameritrade Stadium, the new stadium, is a beautiful facility in downtown Omaha.
You know, and I didn't know this, but that's the only thing played in that stadium. The AAA Omaha Storm Chasers have their own new stadium.
Creighton plays there.
But it's not like they used to have to share the old ballpark. And then the AAA team would go on the road for like 4 weeks while the College World Series was going on.
The first game you and I did, and you love telling the story, was in Omaha at Creighton.
Yes,
we were sitting literally behind the backstop.
It was on the football field that they converted into a baseball field, and we were on a picnic bench.
And they had a heck of a team, but they've really upgraded since then because TD Ameritrade's like a major league facility.
Yeah, Wichita State was the team that they were playing that day. Kenny Steenstra had the win for Wichita State. We interviewed him after the game.
Yeah.
That was just 1988, folks. Just a while back.
George was fresh off a big league mound himself.
The thumb pad, the jam pad, I call it. Well, get that thumb knuckle all blown up when they get a fastball in on the hands if they happen to get jammed with it.
I'll tell you another guy that was in that game, George. Scott Stahoviak, former Twins first baseman. Tavis Strand, our producer, used to watch him growing up. He could hit 2-2, and this is in the air to left field. It's going to drop, base hit for Dickerson. So the Rockies have their first base runner, one out in the second, and that'll bring up Michael McHenry. Well, McHenry seems to throw out at least 2 hits every time he gets a start. He's hit 19 of his 25 starts, batting .344. One and 0 on McHenry. Got a pitch out over the plate to his liking. Marlins a game over 500 after their win yesterday. Vastly improved road team over the last month or so.
Well, a lot of the younger kids are starting to grow up and play well at the big league level, not only at home but out on the road. That's the key to it.
(23-16) their last 39 road games. This ball yanked foul. Clint Fagan moving quickly. Third base umpire.
So when you get 2 balls hit hard, one away, one in, and you start to think, all right, where do I got to go with this guy?
One, two. Let's take a look at our umpires tonight. Tim Timmons behind the plate. Tim Welke's the crew chief. Tim is at first base. Todd Tishner is at second, and Clint Fagan's at third. Great night to work, man. It is an ideal night for any outdoor activity. Sliders off the plate. 2-2. No score, bottom of the second. Dickerson with one out at first, takes off up the middle. And
bad break.
Yep, bad break. They're going to get the out there only because Solano broke to the bag to cover for a throw. That would have seen its way up the middle otherwise. So instead of a base hit for McHenry, it turns into a double play. 4-3. top of the order for Miami. The Marlins won 13-5 last night. It's usually around this time of year that we always welcome in one of the biggest Rockies fans I know, and one heck of a football coach, Troy Calhoun from the United States Air Force Academy. And he picked a perfect night to come on out to the ballpark. And we welcome him upstairs. And there's Coach. How you doing?
I'm doing well, Drew. I'll tell you what, this is quite a night for baseball, isn't it? Late August.
It is gorgeous, and even your players aren't going to complain if you were working 2-a-days today, because it's so pleasant out.
Yeah, now the coach would. The coach wants it to be hot and sweaty and make sure we get good conditioning.
Except for the big guys, so they keep their weight on, right?
That's right.
How's camp going?
It's gone really well. We've had over, we figured out the other day, we had over 2,000 reps on each side of the ball in scrimmage, in 11-on-11 team situations. And so I think we've made really, really good progress. We kind of reach a point a little bit. We're 55 of the last 58 days. Our freshmen have either been in basic training or practicing football, and few of those days it was both. So it'll be good for us to get just 24 hours, which is a long, long time of rest at the Air Force Academy, and then crank up and get rolling this week with our opener.
Tell us a little bit about the schedule. We're going to have you on Root Sports a couple of times this year. We always look forward to that. And tell us a little bit about the non-conference schedule.
Yeah, you know, Drew, we get to open at home next Saturday, which is Parents Weekend, which is always a big deal, especially for those freshmen, our 4 degrees, because like I mentioned, they've been through basic training. Now they're a couple of weeks into school. It'll be the first time they've had a chance really to get away from the academy.
Well, Christian Yelich just owned one. When you're coaching up your son, you tell him wear it, right?
Well, bruises for bases, right? But love said that way. Yes, sir.
Well, he just wore one on his hamstring. So he's aboard leading off in front of Donovan Solano. See the guy in the on-deck circle? We got to get a shot of him. I don't know if he has any. He has college eligibility. Well, it's probably gone because he's a professional now. But it's in baseball. Could you use him? Could he play for you?
Well, you know, as we were walking in, Tyler, my son, my 12-year-old, said, "You know, Dad, he hit one the other night where everybody got a bunch of beverages for a while because he hit one there." And he said, "And that was a pitcher's park down in Marlins Park."
He's hit 2 balls this year. Well, he hits them all this way, but he hit one 489 feet down there, and you know the ball doesn't travel great down there. He hit another one 480. He's an absolute freak show. He's the hardest working guy they have. He's got a 31-inch waist. This is slowly hit to the right side. Only one play for DJ. So moving into scoring position is Yelich, and then here comes Giancarlo Stanton. He's listed at 6'6". Usually you guys fudge the other way. You know this, right? 6'3" guy, we'll put 6'4", maybe 6'5". He's listed at 6'6". When he stood next to Dexter Fowler, and Dexter's close to 6'6", he was like 2.5 inches bigger. He's close to 6'8", 250 pounds, no fat on him.
You know, Drew, it tells you there's a little different potential for a baseball player compared to a football player. That looks like a prototype tight end right there.
Oh, I mean, at your level, at the NFL level where you used to coach. By the way, your 2 former teams are in town playing each other.
They are. In fact, there were a few more cars heading up I-25 this evening.
Busy night around here. Last year was a rough year. I mean, and you guys have not had many really in the history of the program. This is lobbed into short right field, and it's going to drop, and it's going to score a run. And now a leg double, if you will, for Stanton, and he drives in his 93rd run as Yelich scores. That looked like a little sandwich.
Yeah, well, it tells you how strong the guy is, because that was just above the handle right there, and still was able to fight it off and dump it into right field.
I mean, Lyle ran that in on his hands, and as Coach Calhoun described, he just is so strong. He fisted it into a safe part of the outfield. So it's 1-0, and Casey McGee's at the plate. Last year was a tough year, and you had trouble slowing folks down. How much improved will you be defensively this year?
You know, I think pretty significantly, Drew. I mean, I think some of the pluses sometimes, we started 4 different nose guards.
Go ahead. We Somebody's
nice play
gonna
by the
catch it.
shortstop.
Yeah.
Good job there taking charge. You never know sometimes, Drew.
That's
You know,
right.
when you have a shortstop that hasn't played that much and really a left fielder together, because most of those spring training catches there, that was Cargo and Tulo. To have two different guys there, because that was not an easy play where it ended up being hit.
I remember, I think it was 2 years ago, Troy, literally opening, no, it was the first game of spring training. And I want to say, was it Arenado? It was definitely Tulo, Cargo. No, it goes back a few years. It was Ian Stewart. And they all collide, and two of them were down for a period of time. On literally the first hitter of spring training.
What's that do to a manager?
Well, you know that as a coach, right?
It's like in a scrimmage situation. You think, God, do they really have to do that right now in this game? It tells you what kind of competitors these guys are. I mean, they don't care whether it's a spring training game or playing wiffle ball out in the backyard. I mean, they want to go at it. But really, the good ones, that's what they're made of. And you know, you see that not just on a game here in late August, but you see it in March too.
When you're out recruiting, when your staff's out recruiting, that's what you look. You're looking for. Obviously, you got to have the requisite talent, but you're looking for competitors.
You got to. I mean, I want guys that it just comes out of them, just the enthusiasm, the love that they have, not only for the sport, but for people. And I think if you have that kind of heart and that kind of character, you have a chance down the road with the right education, the way you grow and the way you mature, to be a pretty effective leader too.
And that's what the academy is all about.
Yes, sir.
That is what it's all about. So defensively, you feel like you should be improved quite a bit.
No question. It's a little bit like, I remember going through it last year thinking, golly, we're playing so many guys this year. I thought, fall of 2014 could be a little bit fun. It's if you start 11 or 12 different starting pitchers and you find a few you think are going to be pretty good, give them 8-9 more months, another spring training, and you'd like to jump forward. You can't skip steps in the process, but we will be. We're stronger, and even more important at the Air Force Academy, Drew, we're older.
You have Anthony's back running the football for you, right?
No, he's not.
Oh, he graduated.
He graduated. He did, and a guy that's doing already a good job on active duty.
Okay.
But we'll have our two quarterbacks. It'll be either Cale Pearson or Nate Romine. We had Cale. He was hurt, tore his ACL.
That was in week 1 last year, wasn't it?
First half of the first game. And, be a little bit like losing Jose Fernandez, on his first outing.
Right.
But it was, what it did do, it gave Nate Romine a chance to get in there, Carson Roberts a chance to get in there. And I think we're different players at that position right now. And that we'll see some some pluses, some advantages to having those guys exposed to college football. And so we're a fun group, a lot of fun. I can't wait to get going next Saturday.
Good. Can you stick around for another half?
Yes, sir. Sure can.
Coach Troy Calhoun from the Air Force Academy is with us. Miami gets the first run of the game. Middle of 3, 1-0. leading on a Giancarlo Stanton sand wedge right to the left of the right field line. It's 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the third inning. Drew Goodman with this isn't Frazier. This is not Frazier, you can tell. Charlie Culberson will lead off. Troy Calhoun, the Air Force Academy, longtime coach, going into his 8th year at the Academy. Spent time on the Broncos staff, spent time on the Houston Texans staff. We were mentioning that earlier. When you get out on the recruiting trail, you have a unique thing to sell, but you also have to get unique kids, and you recruit nationally. What is the drought? Good start for Culberson here in the inning. What are some of the things you sell kids on initially and tell moms and dads?
You know, Drew, you don't sell. I think especially initially when you go into a home and you visit with a parent, you know, a mom, a dad, or a young person, I want them to know how hard it's going to be. I mean, you couldn't pick a more challenging school to go to. And if you're looking for short-term comforts or happiness, it's not the Air Force Academy. Going through basic training, going through the freshman year there, I mean, it's difficult. It's tough. But I think the thing that there are some of the residuals, the ones that do graduate have a pretty special mettle and character about them. And that kind of growth and maturity that occurs not only prepares them quite well for active duty as an officer, but they're going to have some other doors that are open up down the road too.
Do you remember when you were first approached about getting an appointment?
I sure do. Actually, at the time it was Jim Grove, who did a phenomenal job at Wake Forest there for 13 years. And I remember when he said, you know what, we have an interest in you in coming to the Air Force Academy. And I remember when it was time to pick a school, and my mom basically told me there's not a choice to be made. She said, you're going. And I don't know how often or how many parents that do that in this day and age. And I said, well, it's kind of easy for you to say it because you're not the one going through it. She said, well, it's pretty clear cut here. And, you know, it's important for somebody when you're 17, you're 18 years old as a kid to become a man, and this is the best route. So there it was.
And it worked out well for you.
It's gone all right. Yes,
at what point in time did you think you'd get into coaching?
I really didn't, Drew. When I went to the academy, I wanted to be a pilot.
This ball toward the hole, that worked out nicely. Little hit and run. DJ LeMahieu finds a space on the left side. Charlie Culberson arrives at third base. First and third, nobody out. Jordan Lyles coming up. This is what you teach your youngsters, right?
Well, you
teach baseball.
You know, a guy like DJ, it gives him a way to maybe get jump started a little bit. You know, the way the last couple months have been for him. You create a little bit of a hole. It looked like the shortstop was covering, which you don't see that often with a guy hitting from the right side of the plate.
No, they changed up their coverage.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he saw it move early or he just worked, got the top half of the baseball. He wanted to hit it on the ground. It's unusual because DJ, and I know how many games you watch, he drives the ball typically to right field. I mean, he's really inside out.
Do you bunt here, Drew? No, with no outs, so just so you stay out of a double play, or?
You know what? I could see them putting a slug bunt on here potentially because Lyles handles the bat decently. Or give him one shot at swinging the bat. And you know, the worst case scenario is obviously he hits into a double play, but it's a tie game.
Yep.
And Walt likes a little bit of the unconventional, especially if he has an athlete at the plate in a guy like Lyles.
I'll tell you, don't you look forward to seeing how good a pitcher and baseball player the way this guy. I mean, this guy has some ability. Hit it solid there. It's going to be 6-4-3, but still put the barrel on the ball and drove one in.
Yeah,
you'd take that as a pitcher.
Listen, I understand it, and you sometimes at Coors Field you don't play for one run, you play for a bigger inning. And Lyles, I think with most other guys, he's going to bunt there, but with Lyles, he's hit it out of the ballpark. You've seen him do that. And Kohler is not, by today's standards, overpowered. He's got a plus fastball, but he's not 98.
Yeah. You know what I always thought would have been interesting, Drew? You take a guy like Earl Weaver and the way he managed. You just described, you know, where Earl Weaver was going to preserve all 27 outs.
Yep.
And he always thought, hey, I'll never sacrifice. I'll never hit and run. I'd rather have Kenny Singleton strike out and get a bunch of walks and hit some 3-run bombs. You wonder how he would have managed if he would have been in the National League.
It's a great point.
You know, he was able to have all those guys that could stretch innings. You know, that year he had in '71 when he had Cuellar and Dobson and McNally and Palmer all won 20 games. Remember in '71, and those days are done.
Those days are done, especially right now, because we've really moved into a pitcher's era from certainly what existed a few years ago. You know, they'd be last. Earl Weaver's team would be last in sack bonds. We can guarantee that. Hey, let's see. We got your schedule. I want to throw up the Falcons' schedule here as Charlie Blackmon's at the plate. It's a 1-1 count. You open next week with Nicholls State. That's inside. And then right into conference play, you got to go up to Laramie to take on the Pokes. You're at Georgia State, home against Boise, and then the Naval Academy comes a call, and you finish against Colorado State.
Yeah. Great schedule, George. Yeah, or Drew. I'm sorry. You know, I think the thing you look forward to, you know, playing in Laramie's tough. They're in week 2. It's going to be a really neat experience for our guys from the South to be able to go play in the Georgia Dome. Having 2 home games right there back to back with Boise State and Navy certainly adds some pretty strong flavor to our schedule. And you look at a squad like Utah State.
Blackmon's going to leg this out into a double also. That is the exact replica of what Stanton did on the other side.
You know, pretty close. Different stance. He's a little closer to the plate than Stanton was. And Charlie Blackmon's another one, Drew. You want to see what kind of ball player way he's going to be in 2 years.
Well, he's a Georgia kid also. You're talking about going down to Georgia State. He played right in the city of Atlanta at Georgia Tech.
It's great high school baseball there. Football, baseball's big, that area, you know, Atlanta.
Then the bottom part of the later on, you'll be at West Point in early November, at UNLV, Nevada, at San Diego State. And then we mentioned the tilt at home against the Rams. This ball's well hit to left field and get up and he missed it. Yelich almost made the catch. Barnes hit it out. He fooled me. 2-run home run, Brandon Barnes, and the Rockies have taken a 3-1 lead. He snuck it over the left field wall, his 7th big fly of the year. Got a breaking ball. And watch Yelich. I think Yelich, coach, thought he was going to make this catch.
I'll tell you, he had a beat on it, didn't he, Drew? I mean, I thought he was going to be real close. He played the wall exceptionally well. He only missed that by about 3 or 4 inches there from making one of those top flight grabs.
I don't know. He wasn't even sure. He took a look at his glove. Usually you have a pretty good idea if you caught it.
You thought he did too, Drew, at first.
This is a great angle of it.
Can you remember Griffey Jr., all those plays he used to make in that old Kingdom? I mean, he'd run up that wall as he'd go with that right hand. Yeah. He'd dip a few out, but he'd get about a couple a year.
Do you know the Royals, speaking of kids from the Southeast, the Royals were in, as you know, Tuesday and Wednesday. And we were telling old Bo Jackson stories. This ball's well hit by Morneau to center, but as soon as it's going to get there. When he ran up the wall, you talk about athletic ability, he looked like a cartoon character.
He's something else. Remember that All-Star, a couple of throws he made from left field. I think it was against the Mariners one night. He made a throw from left field that was just sick.
On the fly to the plate. Remember it well. Coach, we'll let you enjoy the rest of the evening. It's always great to see you, Troy.
Yes, sir.
Take care. Best of luck next weekend and the rest of the way.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Troy Calhoun of the Air Force Academy. Colorado Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by the Ford Super Duty. Built better, built stronger, built Ford tough. By Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. And by University of Colorado Health. Rockies scored 3 times in the 3rd inning to take a 3-1 lead. Brandon Barnes, a 2-run home run. His 7th of the year. And now Jordan Lyles on the plus side as we go to the 4th. Marcell Ozuna, Jared Saltalamacchia, Adeiny Echeverria for Miami. A big thanks to Troy Calhoun for dropping by. He is a tremendous coach. Tough year last year. A few years back, he was one of the finalists for National Coach of the Year. Good man and truly a heck of a baseball fan. He's told us, George, on a couple of occasions, he literally sees more than 100 Rockies games a year.
Well, you're relaxing at home with your family. You got a young son playing. You're trying to teach them the game.
That's a good play by Culberson. 1 out. Let's take a look at our schedule on Root Sports, covering the Mountain West Conference, football and basketball. And our first game will be next weekend. Montana will be in front of the Cowboy, taking on the Wyoming Cowboys in Laramie. Then we have New Mexico taking on the Academy on October 18th. That'll be a good one. Wyoming and Fort Collins against the Rams. New Mexico at UNLV. Idaho at San Diego State. It's a big one. Nevada will be at Air Force. So we'll see Coach Calhoun's club a couple of times. New Mexico and Fort Collins. We'll see the Rams a couple times. Wyoming a bunch. New Mexico a bunch. Did a New Mexico game last year. Coach Davey, Bob Davey, was at Notre Dame for so long. He's turning things around quickly in Albuquerque. Saltalamacchia with a 3-1 count.
I know there's a lot of tweets out there right now about Jonathan Gray, and is he injured? He is not injured. He's just fatigued. They're going to skip him in a start. Tulsa won the first half, and they want to go full bore with those top 3 guys in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, there's talk potentially about doing it maybe with Eddie Butler as well.
And Tyler Anderson. These guys are throwing the most innings they've ever thrown in their lives, and it's getting into deep August today. For instance, in Springfield, Missouri, they're playing there. It's 99 degrees, heat index 108. They're not used to that. It's not going to be any warmer when they get back to Tulsa this week. But you know, you're trying to prepare. It takes a lot out of the body when these young men have never thrown that many innings before.
Now ball, DJ can only knock it down, and Echeverria reaches. That'll be a base hit. So 2 on for Kohler.
DJ went down to the one knee on a slide. I'm not sure if that ankle didn't go out from underneath of him here. The DJ hits off the thumb of the glove, hit very hard, and spins away from him. And squirts into the outfield. Everybody's safe.
So Kohler will be bunting here. Jordan Lyles, I think, wants to confer with Arenado, just make sure what was called, who has coverage on the left side. Most teams you played with, and you obviously have different bunt defenses. George, did most play where the pitcher in this situation had the left side?
Depended on the athlete.
Yeah.
You know, some guys that were bad athletes, no. They just try to get it out.
Okay.
Honestly, and I mean, you know, Jordan's a very good athlete, so you can leave your third baseman back. So what you try to do as a hitter, obviously, bunt it hard to your third baseman to make him come get the baseball. Everybody moves up a base. He doesn't have time to do anything. That's the reason you see Nolan playing the way he's playing right now. That caught him right on the finger. Sure did.
If he attempted the bunt, it's not a hit by pitch.
Exactly, and he did attempt a bunt. You see it on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. His hand's right where it's supposed to be, but the game, oh boy, that got right on the index finger.
That's a foul ball. That ever happened to you with your pitching hand?
No.
Did you ever get a pinch?
No. No. I mean, that ball just ran hard up and in on him, and as he got around to square to bunt, then all of a sudden you start to see where is he pulling the bat back, but he let the finger drop and the ball continued to eat him up. See, that ball just came in on the knuckle. He didn't get his hand back. I think he probably it looked right there. He was probably trying to pull the bat back and get out of the way of the pitch.
So it's a 1-1 count on Kohler. Saltalamacchia is at second. Echeverria is at first. With one out, the Rockies leading 3-1 in the top of the fourth. And one play for Lyles to DJ. 2 outs. Sacrifice 1-4. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. Christian Yelich at the plate. Yelich hit by a pitch his last time up. 0 for 1. And a ground ball foul. That changeup he's been working on, it looked like. Yelich with a 10-game hitting streak. One of the hottest hitters in the National League the last week and a half. Now he's got a 2-1 count. In fact, of hitters in the National League last 10 days, he's got the 3rd highest batting average, just in front of Nolan Arenado. Three and 1. Yelich also has the 2nd longest hitting streak that's active in the National League at 10 games. Justin Upton has the longest at 13, and that's outside. It looked as if he pitched around Yelich, as hot as he's been. That'll load the bases with 2 outs for Donovan Solano. Last night, the Marlins loaded the bases 9 times, which matched a high in baseball this year. It actually happened last night in the Minnesota-Detroit game when Minnesota scored 67 runs against the Tigers.
That got ugly quick, didn't it?
Yeah, and it also happened for the Padres. Go figure. The Padres did it against the Cubs at Wrigley. The Padres have set records for offensive futility this year, yet they had the bases loaded in one game 9 times. And then last night, Miami loaded up 9 different times against the Rockies. They're loaded up here with 2 outs. Solano's 0 for 2, and that's ball 1. That's 3 walks, by the way, for Lyles. It's something that hurt him in his last outing. Two and 0.
They continue to flirt with danger here, whether it's the changeup, slider, something other than the fastball. It's just human nature for guys to get disappointed, upset with the fact you're not throwing strikes, and then you try to throw harder. Typically come out of your delivery trying to increase that velocity.
3 and 0. He's walked. Eleven hitters in his last 4 games. And walked in a run on 4 pitches. That's 3 times in the last 24 hours that the Rockies have walked in a run. Twice last night, and now here in the 4th. He just got staked to a 3-1 lead. Now it's 3-2. 3 walks in the inning, and now Stanton's coming up. So this thing could get ugly in a hurry if Lyles doesn't make a pitch to Stanton.
If you're looking for a great ticket deal, check out the Blake Street Steal, available on select games throughout the season for only $20.14. Visit Rockies.com/specials to get yours today.
So the last guy you want to see up right now, maybe in all of baseball, is Giancarlo Stanton. Bases loaded. He's got a walk tonight, and he had a double in his last at bat. 3 for 4 yesterday.
Slider for a strike, cutters, slider, either one you want to call it, but it was for a strike at 90 miles an hour. And as a pitching coach with 2 outs, bases loaded, you got a 3-2 ball game, you go out and ask, do you want to stay in the stretch, or do you want to go to the windup? Where do you think you're going to feel comfortable here? Because you've walked a couple of guys. Where do you want to go? We stayed in the stretch.
1-1 on Stanton. Out over the plate, fouled off. One, 2. He got him on a slider. He strikes out Stanton and leaves the bases loaded. 1 run comes around. Lyles walks off with a 3-2 lead. Middle of 4 at Coors Field.
2 on the Marlins. Arenado leads off. Corey Dickerson hits second. He hit his 18th home run last night. Let's get you the Steel Tea Cool stat. Steel Tea Heating and Air, never a trip charge. That's a $69 value. The T stands for trust. These are the 6 left-handed hitters in Rockies history that have hit 20 or more homers in a single season. Todd 8 times, Larry 6 times, Hopp and Cargo 4 times, Burnitz and Ian Stewart 1 season each. Guys, let's hope Dickerson joins that list sooner rather than later. Pretty cool list for left-handed hitters for the Rocks.
Yeah, it is a very impressive list.
Well, he has the potential to join it on an annual basis. He's got a lot of pop. He's got a slugging percentage of close to .580. Nolan Arenado hitting in front of Dickerson. It's 3-0 on Nolan. Hitting 3-0. He smokes one through the 5.5 hole for a leadoff single.
Another base hit for Nolan. Imagine that. Well, last night we had a little bit of fun. We had a little bit of rain, and some of the scouts down in the scout section got up and left. And so Pat Jones, who works for Kansas City, goes and makes the comment and says, "Hey, Billy, I saw you left early last night." They actually went upstairs to look. See, they went up there. They went up to do it then. And so, Billy, I was kidding with him before the game. I told you to put it up. I'm still here. You can't read it, but it's on there. And this Billy Shear that works for the White Sox. Jones, he wants me to let you know he's still here, and it's the 4th. But the scout joking among each other just because you get out of the rain. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you guys? Keith Champion's here right now, and Chad Hermanson, you remember pitching the big leagues, works for the Angels now. John Weil, who works for the Rockies, he scouts every one of these games, sitting right behind home plate, does all the work that he does there. And so Billy's going to hold it up the entire inning to let him know I'm still here. And if you knew Shear, you'd laugh forever. But Billy does a good job. He got all 30 major league teams.
He needs a Sharpie, though.
Yeah, he does. It wasn't big enough. Disappointed me. I'll work with him on that tomorrow. Well, he's left-handed.
Dickerson. He's fouled off.
How about this? He played with 6 teams in 1 year. How about that? And he played in all 3 AAA leagues. And one time, he gets traded from the Old American Association to the PCL. Wife packs the car, starts driving. She's halfway to the PCL city. He calls and goes, "No, we got traded back to the International League." She had to turn around and start driving back the other way across the East Coast. Yeah.
That was a long summer.
That was a long summer, yeah.
3-2 Colorado. 0-2 on Dickerson. 1-2 on Dickerson.
Yeah, he's not going to give up. He's going to leave it up the whole time. Look at him. He went to Wildmania with Tracy last year. That's where Tracy has a lot of.
See that ball?
Oh man, he scalded that, didn't he?
He scalded it. I don't know if it was a strike though.
Well, some of them aren't. Remember last night he bounced one to first.
He's got such tremendous hand-eye coordination.
Great.
Look where he contacts his baseball.
Literally, I mean, just dropped the head of the bat on it. Typically, that would be a fly ball to either left field. But instead, with him, it's a line drive right back up the middle, right past Kohler into the outfield.
First and second, nobody out for McHenry. Rockies have 7 hits against Kohler.
He's put more pressure right back on top of Kohler after his team pulled within 1.
Two 2-0 on McHenry. That's in there, 2-1.
Tim Timmons has given the outside corner pretty consistent to both sides. Henry has handled Kohler in his career. He's 3 for 4 in his career. High with that, ball 3.
Rockies hitting .276 with runners in scoring position. Center field. Osuna setting his feet to throw. And that was a perfect throw because it was right on line with McGee at third, but it was cuttable.
Well, Nolan trying to force the perfect throw, and he got one. He got back on this baseball and just got a running start at it. Nolan started to act as if he was going to take off, cut perfectly, and then he dove back into the shortstop area.
We'll bring up Culberson. He ripped a single his first time up. Charlie hits this ball to Osuna as well. And again, he circles and makes the catch. Fires it back in. There are 2 outs. DJ LeMahieu with 2 outs. Who wants tacos? Remember, when the Rockies score 7 or more, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day between 4 and 6 to get your Rockies taco special. Liv Moss at Taco Bell.
We talked about last night their outfield defense, and you may have mentioned it already when the coach was in here, Drew, but they play extremely deep here. So anything softly hit into the outfield in the air, tendency for it to drop, and a pretty good chance for Arenado to score.
DJ had a base hit through the left side on a hit and run. Third inning, the Rockies got all 3 of their runs last inning. 2 coming on a Brandon Barnes home run. Rockies have lost 4 or 5 this year to Miami. Tomorrow will be the season finale. Good view of the stadium on a Saturday night. DJ 3 for 4 last night. One, 2.
Nice block by Saltalamacchia. That ball was about 3 feet out in front of the home plate area, and you just got to throw your body out as a catcher and hope you get lucky and you're able to take it off the chest and keep it in front. Curveball bounced well out in front of the home plate area. I mean, he just gives up the whole body and slides well out. See how far he goes on the overhead camera, how far he goes out to try to block this. His runner's in scoring position. Lucky to keep it where he did.
Away, and it's 3-2. interesting situation for Kohler. He wants to get LeMahieu, but he knows he has Lyles on deck. You have 2 on. So it gives you the luxury of perhaps being a little more fine than you would be if you had a position player on deck.
Absolutely does.
And this is in the air to right field. Stanton. That ball carried pretty well, gets back and makes the catch. Rockies had 2 hits initially, but couldn't get one after that. 3-2 they lead as we go to the 5th. Game recap. Put the 7th inning stretch to good use. Sign up for First Bank's free checking at efirstbank.com. Stanton has an RBI double. Brandon Barnes has a 2-run home run, his 7th for the Rockies. And the Miami Marlins have scored again on a bases loaded walk. That's 3 in the last 2 days. So we go to the top of the 5th. McGee will lead it off. Then Gary Jones, Marcell Ozuna against Jordan Lyles, with the Rockies in front 3-2.
Casey McGee will lead it off. 61 RBIs, not a lot of home runs.
McGee, his first time up, was robbed of a double. Probably would have driven in a run on a great running catch by Brandon Barnes in right field. And he takes strike 1. It's our Toyota Talk inning. Get to a few questions here. And it's looped to Barnes, who will make another sliding play. McGee thinking to himself, I probably ought to hit it somewhere else.
Yeah, or get on the bus and get out of here. This is unbelievable. It's all about getting a break off the bat, and that's exactly what he did. And it's tough for an outfielder when a guy has a big, powerful swing, because a big swing can trick you that the ball is going to be a little bit deeper. So it's good read and good reaction by Brandon Barnes. Made that look easy compared to the other one.
Garrett Jones, and a former Pirate, hits it to Morneau, and he flips to Lyles. 2 outs. First question: who's playing in the Arizona Fall League this year?
Hasn't been announced yet. I do know that Kevin Riggs will be the hitting coach for Salt River Fields, but I will try to investigate that and get an answer for you before the end of the game.
Salt River Rafters.
Yeah, Salt River Rafters. Kevin Riggs, the AA manager, after the playoffs are over, head home to Arizona, to Phoenix. He'll be the hitting coach there. Every year, each organization sends some guys. Stu Cole has been a manager. Matter of fact, Stu Cole won the championship a couple of years ago.
That was the year Nolan was down there.
They had Nolan, Parker. They had Adam Eaton, who's in the big leagues with the White Sox. They had, I'm trying to think who else. Dan Houston, I think, was down there at the time. They had quite a few guys on that ball club who got a ring out of the deal. It's nice at the end of any season when they hand out a ring, and Stu did a good job managing that ball club.
3-0.
Dallas Keuchel was on that ball club. 11-game winner in the American League for Houston.
Will Cargo spend any time with the Sky Sox rehabbing his knee this season? He's not going to be rehabbing his knee playing baseball this year. He just had fairly significant surgery. It's a 5 to 6 month recovery time. So he's on crutches right now. We saw him earlier. Baseball activities are done for a while for Cargo and for Tula. Ball 4. Lyles with 2 outs walks Osuna. That's his 5th walk. That's a disturbing amount. Walt Weiss watched his club walk 9 and hit a batter last night.
85 pitches, and you get 2 outs in the 5th.
Rockies have walked more hitters than any other. Dickerson's going to have to go to the wall and a green light. Let's see if Culberson's throw can come close. Nope. And Osuna ties up the game. 2-out walk, double by Saltalamacchia, and it's a 3-3 ball game. It's been said many times through the years, there is no defense for the base on balls.
Well, that's why they call it free. Just counting how many of the walks last night scored, Drew. You mentioned 8 times they had the bases loaded last night. Butler not hesitating at all, going to make sure they have that strong throw to the plate from Culberson. But that ball got all the way up against the wall, and then Corey had to chase it down. That bought a little bit of time. Then the throw in died as it got to Culberson, and the snap throw to home not in time. By my counts, looking back at last night's scorebook, 5 of the walks came around to score last night.
Kohler's on deck. Rockies electing right now to pitch to Echeverria. I don't think Mike Redmond in the 5th inning would go and get Kohler in a 3-3 game.
Yeah, particularly their bullpens. Nobody's warming up there either.
And he's going to reach as Nolan couldn't come up with that.
Yeah, you're not going to see that very often. 13th error for Nolan. Now Nolan will be disappointed. This ends the inning here. A little short hop, jumped up, caught him right on the heel of the glove, and just couldn't recover to get a grip on it. See him watch this ball come up off of the dirt, and then it caught right on the heel of the glove. Nolan tried to close it and hang on to it, and then tried to chase it down as it popped out of the glove, and just didn't happen. Not going to hurt anything. Ground ball to short.
In the inning, a 2-out walk and then a double by Saltalamacchia ties it at 3 as we go to the bottom of the 5th. tweeting us your questions during Toyota Talk. For more answers, visit our Facebook page at facebook.com/RootSportsRM. Bottom of the 5th inning, Jordan Lyles is going to lead it off. The Rockies can get the offense cranked up again. An alarming number of walks, really all year. As I said, most in the National League overall, most home walks also. You just can't put guys on base here at Coors Field. You know that.
Not by the freebie, that's for sure.
Lyles drove in the first run for the Rockies, didn't get an RBI for it. He came up with runners at first and third. Walt let him swing the bat, and he hit into a 6-4-3 double play. On one hop to second, Solano will throw out Lyles. Tweet us your Rockies fan photos. Use the hashtag #COFanPhoto for an opportunity to have it seen during an upcoming game broadcast. It's brought to you by AT&T. Charlie doubled in the 3rd inning and came around on the Barnes home run. It's 1 for 2. That's a strike, and it's 1-1.
Tulsa's winning the ball game down in Springfield tonight, 10-2, because Carlos Hernandez looks to be the winning pitcher in that game. Chris O'Dowd 3 for 5 with 3 RBIs. Trevor Story 3 for 4 with an RBI. Taylor Featherston 2 for 5 with a home run and a couple of RBIs.
And that's going to drop. Another base hit for Charlie. 2 hits last night, 2 more tonight.
MLB TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is celebrating 12 years. Join the millions of subscribers and watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 devices.
So here's Barnes, his 7th home run of the year in the 3rd inning. 2-run shot just over the left field wall. Yelich made a great effort for it. For a moment, it looked like he caught it, but it was actually somebody else who caught it.
Yeah, I thought he caught a breaking ball, and then Brandon got a hold of this thing. And then I think he felt like he got it. Yelich went up to get it. Just out of his reach by about 1.5 feet.
Charlie gets a big jump, throw to second, got it. Wow, surprised. I thought he got a jump that would make it most difficult for Saltalamacchia, but a perfect throw by
Walt's going to come out.
Jared. Walt's coming out in full jog.
Big jump. Yeah, really looked like the hand got in. I mean, the foot got in. We're going to look at it again right here. Charlie jumped up a little bit disgusted.
He's out.
He's out. Very good positioning by the second baseman, Solano, to be able to get there and be able to pick and throw a tag, pick that throw up, tag it, and go. Just the 7th time Charlie's been caught. Stole 22 safely.
That leads the club.
It's the 15th would-be base stealer for Saltalamacchia out of 56 opportunities.
Which is pretty good. I mean, in this day and age, that's not bad.
Yeah, you can really see Solano come out and get to the throw and then really bring the tag down very quickly. You can see the tag applied right there. The foot not quite to the bag yet.
Slider disappeared. The same pitch, strikes out Barnes. Rockies got a hit, but Blackman was erased on the stolen base attempt. We'll go to the 6th, 3-3. As we go to the top of the 6th inning. The injury report brought to you by University of Colorado Health. Michael Kadire still not able to go. That hamstring has bled out, and he remains in a day-to-day proposition. 331 average, interestingly, is the same he hit a year ago when he led the National League in hitting. Christian Yelich is going to lead things off in the 6th inning. There's Cuddy. And he can swing the bat. So if there's an opportunity late, you may see him.
Well, a chance to win a game with one swing of the bat, maybe in the 7th, where you pick your poison, go at somebody. Before you get to Cisak in the 9th, you got right on right, you may see him up there. They have one left-hander in the bullpen done.
2-0 on Yelich. Pitch count into the 90s, so Jordan Miles trying to get through this inning, and then it'll probably be the bullpen the rest of the way. 2-2. Rex Brothers throwing for the Rockies. Oh, that's way inside.
Well, at the top of their lineup right now. I think that's the thing Walt's looking at. That's why he's got Rex up. And the pitch count at 94. Take a behind-the-scene tour of Coors Field. Group or individual tickets are available year-round by just calling 303 Rockies.
Donovan Solano's 0 for 2 and a walk. When he walked in the 4th inning, the bases were loaded. That forced in the 2nd run for the Marlins. Culberson gets the good hop, 2 outs. And that'll bring up Giancarlo Stanton.
3 sliders, 3 of the 4 pitches were sliders, I should say, to Stanton. He struck him out in his last at bat.
Stanton had an RBI kind of soft serve double to right on the right field line back in the 3rd inning. 1 for 2 and a walk. Struck him out, as George mentioned, with the bases loaded on those sliders. That's fouled off.
So far, Lyles with 9 ground ball outs would like to get the 10th right here.
Well, he got the ball on the ground, but it found an opening in the middle of the diamond, so a 2-out single for Stanton. And Casey McGee, who's 0 for 3, will take his turn. Autoglass issues, call Safelight at 303-287-5000. You'll find them on the internet at safelight.com. Marlins have 8 victories in their last 15 games at Coors Field. They won 3 of 4 the opening series of the year. Stanton takes off. That's a base hit. And he's going to go first to 3rd, and he arrives there, and then the backdoor throw. Marinata diving back in is McGee. So first and 3rd. Here we go with that 2-out situation again, George. It's been a continuing theme, especially on this homestand.
Well, the ball was up, and they were able to take it on the ground, but through the left side of the infield, and then Corey Dickerson charged, but not in time. Stanton flying into second base, and then big circle the other way. And this is what you figured Walt would probably do. You go down and get the left-hander. That's what he's going to do, brothers. You catch Stanton on the run here. Cut the back perfect. Slide in, and Nolan tried to catch McGee at first. Didn't happen.
So Jordan Lyles, in an uneven performance, walks off after 5 2/3 in a 3-3 game. Sports is brought to you by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. By Bluebell Ice Cream. And by Dodge. Visit Dodge.com or your local Dodge dealer today. Rockies and Marlins tied the 6th inning at 3 with 2 outs. Stanton's at third, McGee at first. Garrett Jones coming up. The Rockies counter with Rex Brothers. Jones tonight a single back in the second, also a strikeout and a ground ball to first.
Yeah, the big number for me there is the batter efficiency, 65%. I thought they might go to Jeff Baker here. They're staying with Jones, go left on left. Early in the ball game, it's just the 6th.
One of the factors with that, maybe Jeff Baker's battling a little bit of a sinus infection.
That's what they got Tylenol for.
That's
the old school toughness, you know.
We were told that it may have
Right,
zero to do with Mike Redmond's decision.
Right, I know. I'm just teasing, Jeff, and I like it. Stay in the ballpark. I've had sinus infections, and they can be crippling.
Whoa, that guy got knocked over.
Who got him?
Two balls and a strike. That's been Rex's issue all year, George. He's been behind in counts, and obviously the walk rate, which was high last year. He had a good year. He got the big outs, but the walk rate was pretty high last year, and it's much higher this year.
Well, the strikeout totals were a little higher last year too. He got after that fastball against the left-hander at 95 miles an hour. And the release point is not comfortable to a pitcher. And once it leaves your hand, you have no idea where it's going. It's a very uncomfortable feeling, and it's hard to get that release point back when you've struggled.
Got it. You got the strikeout. And that ends the inning. So Rex Brothers comes out, strikes out Garrett Jones. Marlins leave 2 aboard. Morneau lead off in a 3-3 game.
Rockies want to take you back to August 23rd, 2001. Jason Jennings making his major league debut on the hill at Shea Stadium against the Mets. Look at the athleticism for the 23-year-old. Starts up a double play. Had 8 strikeouts in this game. Piazza goes down looking. And, of course, he hits a home run. Yanks one down the line to right off a Donnie Wall. And the Rockies end up winning it by a score of 10-0. They end it with a double, well, with Helton making a nice play. So Jason Jennings, of course, in that game makes Major League history. Complete game shutout in his first game in the big leagues and hits a home run. as this has popped up. And, of course, he'd be the Rookie of the Year the next year. And George, also on this day in 1936, Bob Feller made his first start. Think about this. He was 17 years old. He struck out 15 St. Louis Browns. He won that game by a score of 4-1. Of course, he would go on to the Hall of Fame. He actually went back to Iowa and completed his senior year of high school in the offseason and then pitched again for the Cleveland Indians. Can you imagine that happening today, pitching at 17 and going to high school?
Back in those days, Mark, if you signed and you were the bonus baby,
played, right?
You had to go straight to the big leagues. You weren't allowed to go to Class C ball.
And they put rules in later, right?
Right. There was a value that I can't remember the exact price. I want to say it was if it was over 20,000, you had to go straight to the big leagues. Of course, the big league salary was only $5,400 over a 6-month period. Quite a difference the game has come to from where it once was.
Arenado with a 1-0 count.
I remember in the minor league days, Bob Feller used to come around and throw home run hitting contests in AAA games. Fans would draw to see who they could go hit against Bob Feller. They'd get like 3 guys. Yeah, he'd bring it. Get like 3 guys. I think it was the Hilton Corporation was paying him to go around and do it. He would be there one day and Max packing the next. This was a fun time.
I don't think Max was throwing BP though.
No, he was having a blast though. Him and that old rickety car take off driving around every minor league city. Had a lot of fun doing it. Hey, by the way, I want to very quickly, C.J. Gilman, who actually caught in the Rocky system for a year. He and Jess got married today. Congratulations. Saw him. How about this? Davy's wedding. Where do you think he is?
Ballpark.
Sam's with 5 of his buddies having breakfast. He goes, Frazier, I'm getting married tonight. Can you say something? I said, sure, give me the card. Yeah,
CJ was a great athlete at Columbine. And I believe he initially went to Coastal Carolina, and then he ended up, I want to say, at Dayton. 2-2. And this ball bounced to third. McGee's got it. And Arenado's the second out of the 6th inning. That'll bring up Corey Dickerson. Corey's 2 for 2, couple of singles. The day after every Rockies victory, get 40% off your online order at Papa John's. The promo code ROCKSWIN at papajohns.com. That's what you enter. And 10% of net sales donated to Children's Hospital Colorado. Dickerson snapped a minor 0 for 10 with that 2-run home run yesterday. Last time up, Dickerson's bat was basically perpendicular to the ground as he got a base hit. And that's good breaking ball. Maybe the best curveball thrown tonight by Kohler. He has a 1-2-3 6th inning. 3-3 as we go to the 7th. Go to the top of the 7th inning. Special day in the Bronx. Joseph Paul Torre had his plaque and his jersey, his number retired out among the monuments in left center field. And there's only one digit left in the single digits. And guess what? That's going to get retired next year. Billy Martin 1, Babe Ruth 3, Lou Gehrig 4, Joe DiMaggio 5. Torre goes in with number 6 today. Mantle 7. Berra and Dickey, the backstops at 8. Roger Maris's 9's been retired. And of course, Jeter wears number 2. An interesting story told today, and Joe's told it before, when he first went to the Yankees after managing, the Mets and the Braves and the Cardinals. He followed up Buck Showalter, and he thought about asking for number 2. And then he settled on number 6 because it was close to his number 9, flipped upside down, if you will, the number he wore in the big leagues. And so that's why he ended up number 6. What would Jeter have worn had the manager been wearing number 2 when Jeter arrived?
I think Jeter probably would have worn number 2 still. The manager would have switched.
No, I disagree with you.
You think so?
Absolutely. You're talking about Jeter was number 1 pick, but he wasn't Derek Jeter yet. He was a number 1 pick, and he was well thought of. But you're talking about Joe Torre. Joe Torre.
Yeah, they've been there about the same time, I guess. When was Torre's first year there?
Was it 95, 94, 95? I think it was 95. He went 12 years. He went to the playoffs all 12 years, the World Series 6 times. He won 4 World Championships. This was not just a guy that got elevated to manager of the Yankees. Joe Torre had a borderline Hall of Fame baseball career. I don't think he's given up his number even for a number 1 pick. And certainly he had no idea to look in the crystal ball and know that Derek Jeter was going to have the career he did.
I know for a long time number 9, Greg Nettles wore 9 for years there.
96, by the way, was the first year for Torre. How about that, though? There will be no single-digit players ever again for the New York Yankees.
That's why it's hard to find a number when you go there. I mean, you might get number 88 because there isn't any other number. I mean, you get what you get. Juan Nicasio on with nobody out in a 3-2 count. Look at Juan's numbers last night. They got inflated a little bit with the grand slam, an 80 2/3. Most of those innings as a starter.
Asuna hits it in the air to center field, fairly deep. Blackman, football carry to the warning track.
I didn't think he that one.
No, I didn't either. Here the National League playoff standings, and they're brought to you by DirecTV. In the East, Washington, they had the 10-game winning streak snapped yesterday, but they bounced back and beat the Giants tonight 6-2. And then the Brewers leading by 1.5 games. The Dodgers by 4 out west. And if the season were to end today, the Cardinals and Giants would play in a 1-game wild card playoff game. Braves are a half back, Pirates there, and the Marlins 3.5 back. Saltalamacchia takes ball 1. It's 1-1. Two and two.
Rex with a big strikeout there, and you think about that first and third. He got the punch out of Jones, the end of the 6th. Now it's up to Nicasio to keep it. He'll get the strikeout here with a fastball. They don't miss the 2nd annual Brewfest at Coors Field on Saturday, September the 6th, prior to the Rockies Padres game. Enjoy tasting from local breweries from 4 p.m. until the first pitch in Coors Field outfield picnic area. Purchase your ticket package to enjoy the festivities at Rockies.com/brewery. Or excuse me, Brewfest.
Two outs, Echeverria at the plate. Daney a base hit back in the fourth. He's 1 for 3. This stat mean a lot to you, George? Strikeout to walk ratio. It does to me. I think you want at least 2 to 1.
Well, I don't care if a guy throws 50 innings and he strikes out 25 and he only walks 12. I'm happy.
Right, but that's a 2 to 1 ratio.
When it becomes even, I'm getting a little disappointed in that. Because I don't like it when it gets out of whack from that, and in my own personal perspective.
So the Rockies have only a handful of guys that have at least a 2 to 1 ratio. Brett Anderson did, but Brett Anderson only threw 43 in a third innings, 29 strikeouts to 13 walks. Jorge De La Rosa, 109 strikeouts, 52 walks. Boone Logan, 31 strikeouts, 11 walks out of the bullpen. Hawkins, 23 strikeouts, 10 walks. So they obviously both have 2 to 1 ratios. In fact, Logan's close to 3 to 1. The best on the team is Adam Ottavino. It's 4 to 1. 60 punch outs, only 15 walks, but not many is my point.
No, and that's the big key to Coors Field more than anything else. They had a big article in the Denver Post the other day about the number of walks, particularly at Coors Field versus the road. That's the key in any ballpark. Ocasio with 2 strikes, 2 balls, trying to close out the inning in a 1-2-3 inning here in the top of the 7th.
Center field. And the catch made out there by Charlie Blackmon. So a 1-2-3 inning for Nicasio. Stretch time at Coors Field, 3 apiece. Back. The Rockies trailed 1-0. They tied it up 1-1, and then Brandon Barnes, his 7th home run of the year, a 2-run shot. Rockies had a 3-1 lead, but then Jordan Lyles walks in a run. That's 3 times in the last 2 days the Rockies have walked in runs. And Saltalamacchia with 2 outs after another walk doubles in the tying run. And that's where we stand. 3-3 as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Michael McHenry's going to lead it off. Tom Kohler's still out there. Rockies with 8 hits. The Marlins with 7.
7 times Kohler has worked 7 innings or more. It's not like he hadn't been into this territory at all. He's been here a lot. Logan starting to get his arm loose down in the bullpen. Adam Ottavino getting his loose.
McHenry fouls back the first offering. Strikes on Michael. And McHenry's got. Kohler has 3 strikeouts in the ball game. Charlie Culberson will come to the plate. How about this down in Colorado Springs against Albuquerque? Ben Paulson, who swung it so well up here. 3 home runs tonight, a slam, a 2-run shot, a solo home run. Is there any time left? Can he get a 3-run bomb?
I'm looking right now. Holy cow, have a night. 12-8 too.
Is there time left? What do we got, George?
You got time. It's just top of the 7th right now. Flande started the game 5 1/3, 11 hits, 8 runs, walked 3, struck out 4, all 8 were earned. Betancourt came in 2/3 of an inning, nothing. Chris Martin now in the ball game. Paulson is 3 for 4 with 7 RBIs. Have a night.
Maybe relaxing his other at bat. Couldn't throw out a hit,
I guess.
Culberson fouls it off. 1-2 on Charlie.
Let's check something else here. 12 mile-an-hour winds. You know, down at Spring sometimes you catch that 30 mile-an-hour wind dead out or in. You know, it's variable tonight at 12. There's no wind helpers.
Sinking fastball. It's 2-2. Echeverria throws out Culberson. 6 in a row retired by Kohler. Bring up LeMahieu. Who wants tacos? Fans follow at Root Sports_RM on Twitter to receive alerts for the Rockies taco special when the Rockies produce at least 7 in a game. DJ a single in the 3rd, a fly ball to right in the 4th. Kohler in his first 2 appearances against the Rockies, both last year, 7 innings, 1 run allowed. One at Coors Field, once down in Florida. And tonight he's an out away from going 7 innings and allowing just 3 runs. Two and two on DJ. Kohler with 2 strikeouts in the inning, 3 of his last 4, as he has retired 7 straight. We'll go to the 8th, tied at 3.
George and Drew were just talking about how Rafael Betancourt got in a couple of outs today, pitching for the Sky Sox. He's been pitching now for a month, coming back from Tommy John surgery. I asked head athletic trainer Keith Duggar this week about, is that surprising to him?
His goals are to finish in the major leagues and prove to himself and to his family and to others that he still has it in him, that he could go out there and get hitters out. And there's a good chance we possibly could see him this year. Is it unusual? Yeah, based on his age alone, it's unusual.
George, what do you think about that? Because it was this week last year, the team was in Philadelphia. He pitched back-to-back days, and I'll never forget that final pitch that he threw. I think it was to Michael Young. He had a dribbler for a hit, and he just walked off the hill and knew that he was done. Now here you are. We're not even in September yet, and he's been pitching for a month.
Right, he's done a really nice job with it too, Mark. 3 runs last night, but then Boone Logan's going to come in here tonight, 2/3 shutout for Betancourt. You'll see Mr. Logan when we come back, all knotted at 3. Still knotted here in the top of the 8th inning, 3-3, as Boone Logan will come on now to try to get some things cleaned up here. Overall, 34th appearance for Mr. Logan. 693 earned run average, 31 strikeouts, and 24. They have gone to their bench. Valdivson will be the pinch hitter, left on left. Ottavino is warmed up in the bullpen, so you get two left-handers in a row. And you flip it to the right side of the bullpen, or right side of their lineup.
So Valdespin, Yelich, Solano. First two left-handed. And Jordani takes a strike. That's a great bunt.
Yep,
just eat the baseball. DJ did well to.
He actually made it pretty close.
Yeah, he actually made it closer than I thought. Once you bunted past the pitcher toward the second baseman, you're almost always going to have a hit if you run well from the left side. Valdespin does.
But he runs very well from the left side. And again, how many times has he done this? Is it on the scouting report? You know, that's what helped DJ probably get there. Fair hand, off balance, falling on your face. Try to make the throw over to first base to get him. Not in time.
Christian Yelich here in the top of the 8th inning. Yelich riding a 10-game hitting streak. He's 0 for 2. He's walked and has been hit by a pitch. He scored a run back in the 3rd inning after being plugged. Slider from Boone. Valdespin a conservative lead against the lefty, and that's way inside. 2-1. Boone Logan's big man, 6'5", 230 pounds. He's another late round pick that made good. 20th round pick of the White Sox back in the 2002 draft. Three years with the White Sox, a year with the Braves, and then the last 4 with the Yankees. About strikeout to walk ratio. Boone's best was actually last year with the Yankees. 50 punch outs, just 13 walks. 39 innings. It's 2-2 on Yelich.
I remember back when he and Thornton both were with the White Sox. A couple of guys that rented into the mid-90s to high 90s. They threw the ball extremely well. 1-2 left-hand punch coming out of their bullpen.
You know, it's interesting because Boone's, if you ask him, I'm sure he'd tell you he's had an uneven year. And it's been an injury-plagued year. He's been on the DL 3 times. He was on the DL at the outset of the season. His strikeouts per 9 innings, the best he ever did was last year, 11.5. The second best is this year at 11.3. And he gets the strikeout of Yelich there. That's the first out of the inning. Well, let's see how Walt wants to handle this. He's going to double switch because he's got the scorecard in his hand. That's a telltale sign when they walk right at the umpire. He's going right at Tim Timmons, and he's going to bring in a right-hander. Rutledge will come in. DJ will step out. Rutledge will go to short. Culberson will slide to second. So Logan faced both lefties, gave up a bunt hit, and then got a strikeout. And Adam Ottavino will come to the mound. 3-3, 1 out in the 8th inning. We'll return to Coors Field right after this. Of the game, a little fellow with dinker, kind of like that. Oh, you know what? Is that one of Nicole's? That's Mason. Nicole's one of our producers, and that's one of her kids, Mason. That's terrific. Hey, tweet your photo to #COFanPhoto for a chance to be shown in a ball game. Brought to you by AT&T. 1 out. Solano's at the plate. Valdes spins it first. He'll extend the lead a little bit more now with the right-hander Ottavino in there. Rutledge to short. Culberson to second.
Ottavino, 62nd appearance for him on the season. Again, I bring this number up quite a bit. Drew's talked about it tonight. 55 innings, 60 strikeouts, just 15 walks. Velocity has peaked of late. It has been up to 97. First pitch slider, strike.
I usually talk about guys, maybe as the season wears on, losing a tick or two on their velocity. That has not been the case for Ottavino.
He's got a couple of ticks higher now.
Marlins, with the 13 runs last night, moved into 5th place in runs scored in the National League, which is quite a change from a year ago when they were dead last in all of baseball in runs scored. I said this yesterday. They've already scored more runs this year, it happened last night, than all of last year. Tonight for the Rockies is game number 124. Actually, let me correct that. 128. Pitch out, nothing on.
Good idea on an 0-2 count. Speed at first base.
Here's the 1-2, and Solano cues it foul.
Smart idea to hold a runner on. Obviously, if you're Ottavino, you'd like to keep things tightened up. If you get a ball hit on the ground, you get the double play. You don't face Stanton with men on base. Ottavino on here to probably clean up the 8th, and if it stays tied, you'll see Hawkins in the 9th. Either way, you're probably going to see Hawkins.
Two and two on Solano.
Tell you what, he's taking a pretty good hack at a nasty slider.
Another foul ball by Solano. Still a conservative lead for Valdespin. Yet another foul ball.
And he's staying on some pretty tough pitches from Ottavino right now. A little surprised he's able to do that. Credit them though.
Fastball at 99. Wow.
Went to go grab a little extra, didn't he?
I guess so, huh? But it missed. And the slider at 84 ends the at bat. 2 outs. Solano battled, but he got frozen by an Ottavino slider.
He did get frozen here. Third right at him. Tight slider right in the middle of the strike zone, and just see you later. Long at bat, and Ottavino wins the battle.
Here's Stanton. On the corner at 99. The Ford Strike Zone's powered by Built Ford Tough trucks. Built better, built stronger. Built Ford Tough. No wonder Ford F-Series are the best-selling trucks 37 years straight.
Stanton's 1 for 3 in his career versus Ottavino.
Quickly, it's 0-2.
emergency hack to keep myself alive. That's exactly what that was from Stanton.
Oh, 2. Buried a slider. McHenry blocked it.
Tough to get a really tall guy with an upright stance to chase a low slider that started slow and ends up in the dirt. They get too easy to read the pitch. So they just let it pass. He stands so far off the plate. That freezing type fastball, if you throw it, you better get it in, get it up, or get it out away from it. Don't let him extend on it.
Swung on and missed. What a job by Ottavino. He strikes out Solano after a lengthy battle, and then he gets Stanton on a punch out. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. It's 3-3. Marlins 3 as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Time for the CenturyLink link to what's next. Here's the pitching matchup tomorrow. Christian Bergman returns, coming off a significant injury that kept him out the last couple of months. Last start June. Brad Hand will go for the Marlins. And one of the setup men, Brian Morris, is in for Miami. It'll be his 56th appearance. He's had a terrific year.
He had a great year. He couldn't. 178 earned run average, 48 strikeouts the other night. He threw an inning here at Coors Field last night. Struck out 2 in the inning of work.
So Rutledge will lead off. Kohler went 7 innings, allowed 3 runs on 8 hits. Didn't walk anybody, struck out 4. And this is a bouncing ball up the middle, and that will be a hit for Rutledge. So the Rockies had the go-ahead run aboard in the person of Josh Rutledge.
That's what you like to see when the double switch works out for you. He lost his balance at shortstop and then not able to regain. Echeverria could not. And allowed Rutledge, who would have beat it out anyway, I think. Leadoff single.
Brian Morris, formerly a #1 pick of the Dodgers back in 2006. Tennessee native. See if Blackman's bunting. Yep. And that's a perfect bunt. The throw by McGee just did get Charlie. So it's a sac bunt. 5-3. And the Rockies will have a couple of swipes at knocking in Rutledge, who runs very well.
Charlie couldn't have laid it down better up the third base line, and just a whisker for beating this out. Going all the way up that line, you see that McGee gets to the ball and he's got to fire a perfect strike. Over to Jones at first base. They get Charlie by a strike.
Barnes with a ground ball to first. Rutledge goes to third with 2 outs. And that'll bring up Justin Morneau.
A lot of conversation in their dugout right now. You want a pitch turn? You want to walk to him? What do you want to do? You got to run on third.
Tough decision because you have a right-handed bat coming up next, but that right-handed bat is as hot as anybody in the league in Arenado.
And with 2 outs, are you kidding me? You go out. You know, I hated these conversations from the manager. They're going to go get Dunn out of the bullpen, the only lefty in this situation, and take Morris out of the game. He got 2 outs. He did give up the hit to Rutledge, but they'll go to their bullpen and bring in their only left-hander in Dunn.
Mike Dunn when we come back. Running third with 2 outs. Morneau's coming up against Mike Dunn, the only lefty in the Miami bullpen. Fans, ride your bike to the game every Sunday for a chance to win great prizes. Check in at the Rockies Field bike lot near Gate E. Get your tickets by visiting Rockies.com/green today.
Well, they go to their only left-hander, and Mr. Dunn coming into the ball game. He's appeared in 59 games, folks. He's won 10 games. Left-handers won 90. Couple of home runs. It's like your good luck charm. You bring him into all the tie games, they end up winning games. You mentioned an overall record right now for him at 10-5, 59 appearances, 46 innings and 46 2/3, 38 hits. He struck out 53. Mr. Morneau is 0 for 3 against him in their career matchups.
Yesterday for Morneau, his first home run since June the 24th, almost 2 months.
one. A 2-run shot cut it 4-2.
1-0. Another hard slider. 2-0.
Now, there's no right-hander throwing in their bullpen. So all the confidence in the world right now is with Mr. Dunn. I mean, they have no right-hander up, so there's no way he's going to get loose. This isn't Little League. This is 13 and under. They can't get loose that quick. So Redmond's hoping this lefty can get this lefty out and not have to face Arenado. Make a play, dude.
I can't make a play, but more importantly, neither can Saltalamacchia.
Exactly. He is retired the leadoff man 71% of the time.
Justin trying to come through here with 2 outs in the 8th. And he went around. 2-2. Dunn was originally a 33rd round pick. He's out of the College of Southern Nevada in Henderson. That's where, after getting his GED, Bryce Harper went. 2-2. Ripped, caught. Wow. Can't hit it any harder. Donovan Solano is in the right place. And he keeps it a 3-3 game as we go to the 9th at 20th and Blake. Talk about a game of inches.
Scalded this thing right on the butt.
Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. And by Jeep, visit jeep.com to learn more. Rockies 3 and the Miami Marlins 3, top of the 9th inning as we go to center field. Check in with Jenny Cavnar. Jenny.
Hey, Drew, coming up on the Toyota postgame show, we're going to talk about looking out for numero uno. Brandon Barnes with a big home run tonight and 2 nice catches out in right field. We're also going to talk about walking on eggshells. Last night, Colorado gave up 9 walks. It really hurt them tonight. 5 walks for the starting pitcher in Jordan Lyles. Plus, the rehabbed relievers. That's right, Colorado's bullpen showing much better tonight. Hopefully, Hawkins can have a clean 9th, and we'll see what happens in the bottom of the 9th, guys.
All right, Jenny, thank you. LaTroy out there to face Casey McGee, Garrett Jones, and Marcell Ozuna. It's been a good year for LaTroy, 44 appearances. The league's hit just .230 against him, and he has only 1 blown save. This obviously is a situation where he's trying to keep it even, give the Rockies, as Jenny said, a shot in the bottom of the 9th. Good work by Adam Ottavino. 2/3 of an inning, 2 punch outs. And Hawkins with the first pitch strike. That's always good to see.
And he typically does that pretty with regularity.
This is bounced right back to Hawk. We'll go underhanded, 1 out.
Get your tickets now for the Fan Appreciation Fireworks, courtesy of Great Clips, on Friday, September the 19th, after the Rockies take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. Not only did Ben Paulson have a great night, but the Albuquerque Isotopes. How you like that name, Drew? By the way, it was announced they will be moving to Oklahoma City, trading out with Albuquerque. They bought the AAA franchise from Mandalay Bay. Jock Penderson, one of their top prospects, stole a base tonight. He became a 30-30 member.
Really?
Just set a record for Pacific Coast League. 39 home runs with 30 stolen bases now. Tonight in that ball game, he went 1 for 4. Fedorovich, Drew, having quite a year. He was 2 for 3 tonight. He's hit 338 on the year. The backup catcher for the Dodgers, who've heard his name.
Yeah, we've seen him in the big leagues.
See him in September, more than likely.
1 and 2 on Garrett Jones, the former Pirate. Garrett with a lot of pop. He's hit 175 home runs in his career. 171 home runs, I should say, in his career. Last 5 years with Pittsburgh. 2 and 2. Paulson, in his last at bat, flew out to center field, and the center fielder had to leap and went over the wall and brought the ball back. It would have been his 4th home. I don't know.
Sounded really good, Drew, but it was a soft fly ball to center.
3 for 5. 3 for 5 tonight. 7 ribbies. Grand slam. 2-run home run. Solo home run.
A night you will not forget about.
No. Jones gone.
Now Hawkins likes to use the quick pitch motion, and particularly against left-handers. If you watch how LaTroy sets up on this as he comes, well, you're not going to see it on this shot, but he threw a pretty good sinker down in the zone. He gets the swing and miss. Looking at that delivery, see, he just doesn't never come set with nobody on base. Perfectly legal. A lot of time hitters are waiting for you to come set. Just pick that leg up and keep going.
That had splitter movement, didn't it, George?
A little sinker rotation.
2 outs. Marcell Ozuna at the plate. Fastball at 95 misses. Rockies at the bottom of the 9th will have Arenado, Dickerson, and McHenry.
Rockies bullpen tonight has been pretty good compared to last night, and quite honestly for the season. Retired 8 of the 9 batters they faced tonight.
That's on the corner, 1 and 2. Back up the middle and through for a base hit. So Ozuna with a 2-out single, and that'll bring up Saltalamacchia. Saltalamacchia doubled in a run back in the 5th. That was actually the run that tied it up. Jordan Lyles went 5 2/3, gave up 3 runs on 7 hits, walked 5, struck out 5. Tom Kohler, the starter for Miami, went 7 innings, allowed 3 runs, 8 hits, did not walk anybody, struck out 4. LaTroy out of Gary, Indiana, originally. lives north of Dallas. Out in the country. And true to bullpen form, George, he loves to hunt.
Well, a lot of guys like that release in the offseason. It's not just bullpen guys. There's a ton of guys in baseball that fishing part, the hunting part, are a release for them in the offseason to get away from newspapers, televisions, baseball reports. Just go out and relax with your friends.
Here's the 1-2, and that's going to find an empty space in the outfield. Going first to third is Osuna. Now with 2 outs, back-to-back hits. Saltalamacchia at first, and Adeiny Echeverria will come up.
Oh, see this pitch. Looked like a pretty good pitch from LaTroy, trying to throw the hard sinker down and away. And Saltalamacchia just went down and got it, took it into the outfield on a soft line drive. That helped the advancement of Osuna to third base. Echeverria tonight has a base hit. He got on an error. We're going to bring Nolan up and play even with the bag to try to take the idea away and then have him back up a step.
Bearing down here with 2 outs. Runners at first and third. The 1-0 is too tall. 2-0.
Reed Johnson, our most used pinch hitter in the on-deck circle. The Miami Ball Club is third in all of baseball right now. Excuse me, third in the National League with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. 247 average. The Dodgers and St. Louis lead it at 249.
An idea, George, right there, how much giddy up that LaTroy still has. That was at 96, but more importantly, it's a 2-0 count. Echeverria is sitting dead red, and he was still tardy.
Well, 96 is 96. A lot of guys are going to be tardy. You know, I just think that's the deceptive side of LaTroy. People don't anticipate a 41-year-old guy throwing 96. Credit to him, he takes care of his body.
Hawk back even in the count at 2-2. Knowing his repertoire here, George, what does he go to?
Well, it's sinker 2 times in a row. I just think the good 4-seam fastball away from him, you're going to have a winning situation. I think if you go to the slider and you hang it at all, you're just right. You're kind of slowing the ball down to that bat speed. We'll see what he and Mr. McHenry come up with. The runners on first and third in a 2-2 count. Fastball away.
Here's the 2-2. And it's line foul.
Caught a little more of the plate, I think, than McHenry or LaTroy. Either one would like to have had him. Donato, Dickerson, and McHenry will start things off for the Rockies at the bottom of the ninth.
Back up the middle off LaTroy, and no play. Wow. Marlins take a 4-3 lead. You have to score at a base hit. There's bad luck there. Wasn't hit all that hard. It took a big hop, and Hawkins, who's 6'4", went up and just went off his glove. And I'm thinking behind him, does Rutledge make that play? You have no way of knowing as a pitcher, but is Rutledge able to get there, George?
I don't think so. At either place, second or first base. I just don't think he's going to have time. It's an off-balance throw to try to get it to first base. Hawk never left the ground with his feet. I think a lot of times top spin, it gained a little speed, and that's when it hit Hawk's glove and just shot out of the top of it.
And all of this with 2 outs, 3 straight hits, and it's a 4-3 Marlins lead. Jeff Baker, a little under the weather, will pinch hit. Baker, big night yesterday with 3 hits, including a pair of doubles.
2 for 6 in his career versus LaTroy.
Baker fouls it off. Jeff signed a 2-year deal with the Marlins in the offseason. First hit the big leagues in 2005 with the Rockies.
Well ahead, good fastball at 93.
Bake's made a career out of hitting left-handed pitching in particular.
He's bounced around with 2 or 3 different teams, but he's always been that right-handed bat that shows up. Like with Texas, we need a right-handed bat, come off the bench, get some hits, DH, play a little first base for us. Same thing with Miami.
.299 lifetime against lefties, .234 against righties. And Hawkins jams Bake. I believe, memory serves me correctly, Jeff's dad was a colonel in the Army. And if I'm off, I apologize. I know that Jeff was born in Germany. His dad was stationed over there. 0-2.
See ya.
Strike 3 on the outside corner. In the inning with 2 outs, 3 straight singles have given the Marlins a 4-3 lead in the ninth. Colorado Rockies may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Colorado Rockies. Well, it's 4-3 Miami as we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. And the closer, and a good one, is in for the Marlins, Steve Cishek. Steve has 31 saves this year. He comes from an interesting arm slot.
Well, great games of tours too. 5 saves in 5 games with a 3.60 earned run average. The low 3/4 slot makes it difficult on right-handers. He'll have Arenado to start it out with. Arenado 1 for 2 in his career. Dickerson 0 for 2 in his career against him. Yeah, the Marlins, this is where they like to be late in the game with this bullpen, and they've done a good job with it this year. 32-19 leads the National League in one-run ball games. Dodgers, Padres, Brewers, and Pirates.
It's actually number 1 in all of baseball. They have 21 last at bat victories, which is number 1 in baseball. And this would count as one if Cishek goes unscathed in the 9th. Hopefully that's not the case. Nolan Arenado 1 for 3 tonight after a 4 for 4 performance and a walk last night. And the fastball on the outside corner at 93.
Most guys that throw in that low 3/4 slot like that, you won't see that kind of velocity. They're more of a trick artist with a big sweeping slider.
Bounce toward the middle of the diamond. Echeverria is there. He'll throw to first. 1 out. And that'll bring up Corey Dickerson. Here's a did you know about Corey Dickerson. Dickerson is slugging .577. That's entering the ballgame. He's 2 for 3 tonight. That .577 mark of players with at least 350 at bats, the highest mark in baseball.
That was shocking about me. Left-handers have hit .214 against this guy. Righties 301. Figure that out.
Let me correct that. It's the highest among outfielders in Major League Baseball. One and one. $31,109 tonight. Coors Field.
A lot of baseball fans here in Denver came in to watch these two teams play. If you think about it, with the Broncos playing at the same time in town.
Yeah,
that is tremendous.
I would assume there's about 70,000 over there. So there's 100,000 people watching 2 sporting events going on simultaneously. 2-1 on Corey. National League Player of the Week last week. 45 extra base hits this year for Dickerson. One right here would be nice. Three and one. Dickerson, high fly ball, deep right field. He has just tied it up. Third down. Upper deck shot. 19th home run. It's 4-4. He is something else.
Okay, I know one guy right now, besides his mom and dad, that's on his way to Houston to the 18 and under U.S. Olympic tryouts. Damon Anelli, the guy that signed him, driving in that car right now. He's probably swerving all over the road, jumping up and down. He loves it. And I mean, he went places a lot of people haven't been, folks.
McHenry. Look where this thing lands.
It's about almost to the rooftop.
That thing looked like it was, to your point, George, about 4 or 5 rows deep. Wow, yeah, that's 4 rows up there. You're not supposed to hit them up there. You come to the ballpark, get that seat, you're not thinking you're getting a souvenir.
That is outstanding.
Uh-oh, this one's turning foul. Crowd got out of their chairs for a moment. McHenry hit one with home run distance, but like an old Florida State field goal attempt, wide left. There's that wide right back down there. Seminole country.
That's a long ways, folks. This is that powerful swing of Corey Dickerson on the Mike Dunn super mow, a miss by 1.5 feet. It was the length of the plate, and he made him pay for it.
Look at EY. EY just running to shake hands. He knew where that thing was landing. 1-2 on McHenry. It's off the plate. 2-2.
Like a lot of closers, there's going to be nights you don't have your best stuff, nights you don't win baseball games. Still hard to go in and face your teammates. 31 of 34 so far in save opportunities.
Good eye by McHenry. It's 3-2.
Nick Hassett has been warming up down in the Rockies bullpen to come on to pitch the top of the 10th.
To McHenry. Winning run on base.
Yeah, Chuck Hernandez, quick trip out to the mound to have a conversation with his closer.
Auto glass damage, trust SafeLight. SafeLight.com. On the phone, 303-287-5000. Good at bat by McHenry. It's the 33rd upper deck shot in right field in Coors Field history. Most dramatic I remember is when Cargo hit the walk-off to finish the cycle on the first pitch from Sean Marshall.
Right center field.
No, it was close to it. Was down the line. Remember that? Against Sean Marshall.
I thought it was more in the right center, and he hit the facade out there where Walker and Piazza had gone.
Yeah, that was another one because this one landed in a Cubs fan's lap. He's fouled off. That was back on July 31st, 2010 when Cargo did that. And that's the last Rocky to hit one in the upper tank. One and two on Culberson. Charlie a base hit and a run scored back in the third. Two and two.
Stubbs is in the on deck circle. I'd like to see him have some more of that walk-off magic.
He had one earlier on this homestand against his former club, the Reds. out, Drew. He almost got hit by that foul ball. It's 3-2 on Culberson. Henry at first with 1 out. Dickerson has tied it.
Good battle by Charlie Culberson.
Strike 3 on Culberson. He knew it. 2 outs. So Drew Stubbs will pinch hit. We're back to Sunday. Drew Stubbs in the 9th inning, breaking ball, and he chose the deepest portion of the ballpark to hit 1 out. 3-run walk-off for Stubbs. Second time in his career he's produced a walk-off home run. A rally cap of sorts. Fouled off. Henry at first, 1-2. 2-2. Stubbs hooks one through the left side, base hit. McHenry in a scoring position.
It may be now where you got to look. If you have a pitcher that can run a little bit, because you have McBride and Rosario, you have 2 catchers that you might pitch run for McHenry because you're going to try to score him on a base hit. He runs good, but if there's somebody a little quicker, you might look to do that now or maybe not.
In the past, Tyler Chatwood, obviously he's not available yet. Tommy John surgery would be a guy that Walt would look to.
Well, their defense, and this is something that Mike Redmond preaches a lot about. Late in the ball games, they're not going to hold you on. They're going to hold the defense intact to where they're going to play you. So they don't go. The most wide open space right now is right back up the middle. That allows McHenry to get a big lead at second.
Two 2-0 on Rutledge. Came into the ball game at a double switch an inning ago. He had a single in his first at bat. This ball toward the middle of the diamond. Echeverria is going to cut it off. Will go extra frames because of Corey Dickerson. A monstrous home run to the third deck in right to tie it at 4. Baseball on Root Sports, brought to you by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Rockies 4, Miami 4. Top of the 10th inning. Nick Massett is on for Colorado. And he'll see the top of the order in the 10th inning for Miami. Christian Yelich, Donovan Solano, and the MVP candidate, Giancarlo Stanton. In extra frames this year, the Rockies are 5-6. Miami is 9-9. Massett making his 42nd appearance after missing the last couple of years. Been a great story to see him back on a big league mound. Yelich tonight 0 for 3. He's reached twice, hit by a pitch and a walk. Taking the whole way is Yelich, strike 1. Seventh pitcher used tonight by the Rockies, Nick Massett. Lyles went 5 2/3. This ball's on the ground right at Rutledge, 1 out. Big curveball and a beauty.
Really good curveball from Massett.
0-2 on Solano.
He showed one of those last night. Nice.
Did he bite? He did. Strike 3. So Massett strikes out Solano for the second out, and that'll bring up Stanton. Rockies at the bottom of the 10th inning will have the top of their order. 4 runs, 11 hits for both teams. The only error has been committed by the Rockies. Stanton, 2 more hits tonight. He has an RBI. He's driven in 4 in the series. Average right at 300.
Right at him with a fastball at 94 miles an hour.
That locked him up, and it's 0-2. Some nights you come in, George, you remember this, and you just have really good stuff, and that's what it looks like Nick has tonight.
No question about it. That's exactly what he's got. He has got a hammer. Oh, painted fastball, man. At 95, you haven't seen a lot of that from Massett. He is fired up. I like it. Off of the plate with a good location on a 1-2 count.
Two and 2. That curveball got away from him a little bit. That's the only place where there's extra innings going on in Philadelphia. Cardinals and Phillies are tied at 5 and 12. Three and 2. Got enough.
Yeah, McHenry a little bit disappointed that he didn't hang on to it. Boy, really tight, hard rotation. Just caught right on the heel of the glove.
Did he go?
Yeah,
yes, he did. He's going to argue with home plate umpire Tim Timmons, but he went. It's good call by Timmons. Great inning for Nick Massett. No argument from Mike Redmond. Massett 2 punch outs in a 1-2-3 10th inning. See if the Rockies can win it the bottom half of the inning. Rockies trailed 4-3 going to the bottom of the ninth. Corey Dickerson hit his 19th home run of the year to tie it. It wasn't just any old home run. It went into the upper deck. 33rd home run in the upper deck in the history of Coors Field. And now in the 10th inning, the Marlins will turn to Chris Hatcher. And the Rockies will turn to Charlie Blackmon. He's going to lead things off. Charlie rips a base hit to right. Great start for the Rockies. That'll bring up Barnes. We'll be looking, I'm sure, to sacrifice him to second.
Now look at this pitch by Hatcher. Fastball right down the middle, turned on, and a shot hit to right field. Stanton was playing extremely deep. No doubles over the head right now, so he gets the ball back in a hurry.
Barnes lays the bunt down, but it's foul.
Well, it's the first time in Hatcher's career that he has faced any Rockies hitters. Didn't bother Charlie a lick. Well, that's a quick move to first base.
Good feed.
Really quick. Yep. That was Jamie Wright type quick.
Take note of that if you're Charlie, maybe shorten up by a quarter of a step.
You know, you take note of it too if you're EY, who handles the stolen bases. You know, that's the base stealing side of things. It's not only the quick feed, but it's the fast arm getting the ball over there too.
Close.
What a snap. Yeah, some kind of quick throw over. There's nowhere to go right now. If they're sacrificing you over, obviously you want to get a legitimate lead, but you got to be smart and careful. Whoa, that was right at the chin music. He'd already squared around. There wasn't much he could do with it.
2-strike count.
Yeah, I mean, this is high, hard heater right here. The ball gets on you so quick, you turn around to bunt. I'm sure if you ask Barnes, he'd like to say, I wish I could have pulled it back far enough, it just would have gone by. It didn't happen. You're in an 0-2 count. Yeah, throw it away. Rockies fans showing their displeasure with Hatcher. It's just baseball.
Barnes unfortunately fails to get the bunt down, and now there's one out, and Morneau will come up,
and he'll be disappointed too. Very competitive young man. St. Louis has taken the lead 6-5 in the 12th. First and third, Morneau bruised the hand. Solano at second with a hot shot line drive in his last at bat. Chance here to drive the ball.
Outfield exceptionally deep, obviously trying to prevent Blackman from scoring on an extra base hit. Morneau enjoying a terrific year, his first season in Colorado, and he takes that pitch outside, 1-0. Got a big man in that left-handed box with Barnes unable to get the bunt down. You wonder if Blackman's a little more inclined to run. Not going, and this ball's in the air to the left fielder Yelich, right at him. And Blackman tagged and got in there in front of the throw.
What a great gamble by Charlie, instigated by Eric Young Sr. on a deep fly ball, and they are playing very deep here at Coors Field. Charlie's going to tag up. He's hustling back here in a hurry. When that ball gets caught, he's heading, and there's no hesitation at all. Able to slide safely, hangs on with the hand. You see the slide come in. Watch, Charlie's going to scoot over the top with his body, but grab the bag while his body's still intact with the bag to hang on. That could win a game for you right here with Nolan Arenado. The hustle of Charlie Blackman. One more look at what Charlie was doing. Ball was hit halfway. It's going to be caught. Back on the bag. He hears go from EY Sr. And then slides safely into second.
At the bottom of the strike zone, changeup, maybe a slider that backed up. Point risky advancing when you're already in scoring position. So Blackman dive-balled the baseball and kept it close to second. It's 1-1 on Arenado, the Rockies' hottest hitter.
And their outfield has moved in, obviously, for the line drive to have the put out at the plate. So the ball hit hard. Could get over ahead now. Yelich has moved in considerably, 20-25 feet and left.
Two and one. There's no relief for Hatcher. He's saying, man, I don't know if I want to pitch to Arenado. And he glances over in the on-deck circles. The guy just hit it 6 miles last inning.
Yeah, no, there is no relief. And then it's right against left hand, too.
Two outs in the bottom of the 10th. Winning run at second. Here's the 2-1 to Nolan. He got a pitch to hit and he fouled it off. I can tell you how much this kid cares about winning, about playing the game. Brings a great energy in addition to his immense talent to the ballpark every night. Remember, after the Rockies selected him very early on in his career, when they realized they really felt like they had someone special. This trend continues, George. I'm being serious here. Last 5-6 years, where every guy comes out of the bullpen 95, 98. Cincinnati, you watch Chapman, he dials up to 105. There's going to be bullpens where the soft tosser's 95.
No, there's not. Everybody talked about that. I heard a lot of these guys say, yeah, you're going to see a wave of 100-mile-an-hour guys. There's some of them out there now.
You're going to see a lot more of them. This ball line to left center field. Get down. No. Good running catch by Ozuna. He had it the whole way. Arenado lined it to center. Will go to the 11th. Bassett will continue on. McGee, Jones, Ozuna in the 11th for Miami.
Nice cutter. Ball jumped out of the hand. 14 total pitches now, 11 strikes for Nick Massett. McGee 1 for 11 in his career. Of course, Massett will make that 2 for 12 now. Massett had seen him a lot playing in the National League Central while Massett was with Cincinnati and McGee with the Milwaukee Brewers.
Inside, ball 1.
Good sinker there at 93. Yeah.
Jane Speeds didn't give in. 2-0, 2-1. bat. 2 men are on with nobody out, and Ozuna coming up, who drove in 5 last night and has been on base 3 times tonight. It's amazing, George. You go one inning to the next. Bassett was spot on in his first inning of work, and just a little bit off here in this second inning.
Just a little bit. Got a ball up, and McGee hit the base hit, and then you get the hit batsman on a cutter you're trying to throw in. Jimmy Wright out for another visit to the mound. Brooks Brown is warming up down in the Rockies bullpen. The only 2 left down there now. Lyle threw a lot of pitches. Was Matt Belisle and Brown. So 2 remaining guys in the bullpen for the Rockies. For the Marlins, Penny, Dyson, and Ramos are still down there.
Oh, for old time's sake, you like to see Brad Penny, huh?
Probably might see him tomorrow. They get done starting tomorrow, and he struggled as a starter. You never know.
Hand going tomorrow.
I'm sorry, did I say done? Hand is going to pitch tomorrow. Youngster, 24 years old, so he's in the rotation right now. Penny's made 2 starts. He's 1-0.
Here's the Marlins center fielder. 19 home runs, 70 driven in. Dangerous man. And he takes high ball 1. Nobody out. We're in the top of the 11th. And diving bobble. They still should be able to get 2 outs on this.
Wait a second. Did he touch the bat?
He touched the base. That's a double play. Now he corrected it. Second base umpire got confused, Todd Tisner, because it was such an unconventional play. The ball was knocked down by Rutledge, not caught. The force then still in play. He touched the bag, and it was now a tag play on the lead runner, McGee, and they eventually tagged him. That's 2 outs.
It's the right call and the right play. It just got confusing for Tim Teschner. He didn't.
And that's why Mike Redmond stayed in the dugout. It looked different.
Yeah, hard hit sinking line drive. Knuckleball to Redmond. How about that? It just goes right back over to Culberson. Culberson messed it all up when he just tagged him again. That got everybody confused. And then they got the out here. This is pretty something, folks. Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. See right here, touching the bag. They throw over. Arenado throws back. Up, got him here. No, he beat it out. Safe. No, I already touched the bag once. How many times I have to do it?
He's trying to get him again. Remember when Tulo tried to get 4 outs on his unassisted triple play?
Wow. Yeah, I do.
Just tag everybody. Tag him a couple times. McGee trying to figure out what went down. Huge break for the Rockies. Now they're 2 outs. With Saltalamacchia at the plate. "6-4-5-4" on that double play. How about that, George? That's what you wrote down. We need a 6-4-5-4 here, folks. Let's go. Two 2-0 on Saltalamacchia. 3-0 on Saltalamacchia. Correct that. The guys used to yell from the dugout phrase, "Hey, roll me a 6-4-5-4."
Yeah, that's how we called it all, just right out of the chute every time.
To first, fair ball, 4-0. That's called 3 unassisted. Nick Massey pats him on the backside, and the Rockies get off the field. First and second, nobody out. Not a problem. 4-4 going to the bottom of the 11th. 4 on a Saturday night at the ballpark at 20th and Blake. Bottom of the 11th inning, the Rockies will have Corey Dickerson to lead off. You know, Corey tied it in the bottom of the 9th inning with this home run that nearly ended up in Fort Collins. Might as well do the same thing here.
Yeah, absolutely. How about that? The bubblegum splash. Oh, how things have changed. What happened to the old high five?
We did get a distance finally. 455 feet on that home run by Dickerson. Chris Hatcher, second inning of work. Both closers have been used. Cishek gave up the run in the bottom of the 9th. The home run to Dickerson. And this ball lined to center field right at Osuna. And the Troy Hawkins gave up a run at the top of the 9th inning. There's Michael McHenry. He can reach the fences and beyond.
And the Rockies bullpen tonight, 5 1/3, 5 hits, a run, 9 strikeouts, no walks. Pretty good.
Yeah, it's been very good, and I'm sure they'd like to put together a great run the final month or so of the season after what they've been through. Two-strike count. He's got a bat.
Yeah, number 3, Michael Kadire has a bat. The pitcher a couple spots away. Last night, Bassett went an inning. Tonight he's gone 2. Starting to get I'm sure he's saying I'm fine, but you got to be careful.
This is potentially playable. Ooh, caught 3 times by Solano. He had to make sure of it. That's a good play by Solano. And McHenry fouls out down the right field line. Charlie Culberson with 2 outs.
Yeah, really good play. I watched Jones and looked for him. He was looking for help from Stanton. Didn't recognize at all where his second baseman was. He was about 4 feet from the ball. And Solano makes a nice play on the ball.
Off the end of the bat, it's 0-1.
Somebody just had his ice cream taken away.
To short. We'll go to the 12th inning. Rockies go quietly in the 11th. Third inning, as we take a look at the game summary, the Rockies got a 2-run home run from Brandon Barnes. That made it 3-1 Colorado. In the fourth inning, Jordan Lyles, who had some command issues, walked in a run. Jared Saltalamacchia the next inning with 2 outs would line an opposite field double to get the Marlins their third run, and it was 3-3. And then we moved to the 9th inning. And with 2 outs, 3 straight singles, this one off the glove of LaTroy Hawkins scored the go-ahead run. But the Rockies wouldn't go away. Steve Cishek, who's one of the better closers in the National League, gives up this monstrous home run to Corey Dickerson that tied it at 4. And now we move to the 12th inning. Drew Goodman, George Frazier, Mark Stout, Brooks Brown will now take over for Colorado. It'll be his 14th appearance, hard-throwing right-hander.
A couple of shutout innings last night. Came in with the bases loaded, walked a man, and then was able to get the out. Johnson is on the on-deck circle. He has pinch hit 56 times this year. 13 hits, 1 run, 1 home run, and 10 RBIs.
Echeverria will lead things off. He takes high, ball 1. Here's what the Marlins have done. Their in-game box. Stanton a couple of hits. He's driven in a run. McGee a couple of hits. Bottom of the order has been more productive, obviously, than the top of the order, especially considering Yelich came in with a 10-game hitting streak. 1-1 for Brown. Bouncing ball to second.
Smart move to let that ball go because you don't know if it's going to shoot out of the glove or not.
Culberson retires Echeverria. That'll bring up Reed Johnson. Oh, 2 on Reed Johnson.
Good moving ball on the inner half of the plate, tying up Reed Johnson. Ahead in the count 1-2.
One out, 1-2. Brooks Brown to Reed Johnson. And he got him on a slider. Good pitch.
Really good pitch. Nice job by Brooks Brown. You get 2 quick outs here in the 12th inning. This hard slider sent Reed Johnson back to the dugout in a hurry.
Yelich takes a strike. Two on the young outfielder for the Marlins, Christian Yelich. Four runs, 12 hits for each team.
Yeah, I thought maybe after that strange double play, a little momentum shift to the dugout, a strikeout here. Does that give you the momentum to go win it in the bottom of the 12th?
Rockies twice in extra innings have had the winning run at second. Actually, once in the ninth, I should say, and then in the 10th inning also. Three and two on Yelich. Culberson gets a convenient hop. And we'll go to the bottom of the 12th inning. Brown works a 1-2-3 inning.
Michael Kadire set to hit. The Rockies have Kadire, McBride, and Rosario left on the bench. But of course, Kadire's the man who last Sunday, when he last played, hit for the cycle in the second game against the Reds. His first AB, he triples that guy by Jay Bruce. Then he hit a monster home run to left. He needed a single, of course. Why not right up the middle? That loaded the bases in the game on Sunday. And then he comes up with a double on his last AB, knocks in some runs. And Kadire with a cycle in both the AL and the NL. One of three players to do that. And Drew and George, number 3, hasn't played because of tight hamstrings. In fact, they bled out. They've been swollen, but he's ready to go here in the bottom of the 12th. Let's see what Kadire can do. The fans will give him a good cheer.
All right, Mark, thank you. So Michael Kadire will hit against Sam Dyson. The Rockies saw Dyson yesterday. They got a run off of him. Dyson throws very hard, but he is also somewhat wild. He walked 2 yesterday.
Walked 2, he struck out 1. 19th appearance for him. A very good earned run average. Rocky fans trying to whistle home a win.
Outfield deep and shaded slightly to right center field for Kadire. And Michael takes a big hack at that first offering at 97 miles an hour. We told you he had a big arm.
You will see most pinch hitters fire on the first pitch, particularly in extra innings, because you think as a hitter they're trying to get ahead with their best pitch. Typically that's a fastball. So you just set and try to catch up to it. But that, like Drew just mentioned, 97. Kadire's numbers as a pinch hitter, outstanding. You saw those on your screen.
98, but it misses. Job by Kadire. Two.
Steady fastball at 98.
Last time we saw Mike was running all over the yard, as Mark described, a cycle last Sunday. 2-2. I'll tell you what, it's not just when you run, but when your hamstrings, for them to bleed out, you had to have a tear in there, a minor tear. That's a hamstring pull. And it's your legs underneath you also when you're at the plate. Picking a foot up, putting it down, turning your hips. I mean, it's torquing on those hamstrings. It's being in the batter's box. 3-2.
Finally went to the breaking ball. He'd fought off numerous fastballs. First slider he's thrown, a curveball at 82.
Ball 4. Kadire earns a walk. Now you assume that they pinch run for Michael, because he only has one speed. I mean, he's galloping down to first. He's looking back. There he was looking back, and now we'll get a pinch runner.
Tyler Matzik, here's the first pitch offering. 98 fastball misses with a second 98 mile-an-hour fastball. Kadire swings over the top of that 98, fouls off 99. Comes back to 98, misses down and away to Kadire. Then the curveball fouled off. Then the curveball for a ball. Then the final pitch of the at-bat away out of the zone at 97. So Matzik will come on to pinch run for Kadire.
And Rutledge will try to move him to second. Rockies had this opportunity a couple of innings ago, couldn't get a bunt down, and Rutt does. That's a good looking bunt. Matzik into second with a pop-up slide. Good job, Josh Rutledge. So the winning run, standing at second base, and starting pitcher Tyler Matzik. That's what happens when you play deep into the evening.
You're down to your last bullpen man. That's Matt Belisle. He's warming up in the bullpen now. And as far as the bench is concerned, you're down to two guys, Kadire and McBride, but there's no reason to pinch hit anywhere. Excuse me, not McBride, Rosario and McBride. And there's no reason to pinch hit for where you are in the lineup at this point.
We're going to pass on Blackman, set up a force all the way around, and go after Brandon Barnes.
Not surprising.
No, it's the right baseball play.
It's one thing that Mike Redmond will do. He'll lean heavy on his bench and his coaching staff to help guide him through an inning on the right move to make. Matzik doing the right thing. Couple of step lead. You never know when a hard thrower may sail one to the screen.
So here we go, an opportunity for Brandon Barnes to play hero. He gave the Rockies a 3-1 lead back in the third with the long ball. The 7th of the year.
And that was about 3 or 4 hours ago. You'd like to just see a ball into the gap. The outfield's going to shorten up for the line drive base hit. Matzek's a good athlete.
Osuna can throw in center. Stanton can really throw in right. Yelich average in left. Matzik is at second base. He's the only one that matters. He's the winning run. Fastball zipped in there at 98. Ball, 1 strike. Guy throws this hard. That may have been a strike looking at the Ford.
Yeah, pretty close
strike zone. Yeah, it's inside the rectangle. 1-1. I get started a little quicker when a guy's throwing in the upper 90s.
But you know what's coming.
Barnes lines it foul. 1-2. To second, slowly hit. Shouldn't be hit hard enough to turn 2. Safe there. So Matzik to third. Blackman did his best to alter the throw at second from the shortstop Echeverria.
And it is huge because they don't turn it and you get more no to the plate. And even though he's throwing 98, you got a left-hander that can turn it around pretty good. They tried to turn it as quickly as they could. Good hustle. You see the slide by Charlie coming in. Great hustle by Barnes.
Well, the question is, do you pass on Morneau and go right on right with Arenado if you're Mike Redmond?
Good question. I don't think that's something you're going to do. Perry Hill is trying to position where he would want defensively out of his first baseman Jones. He was on the line. He took him off the line.
Morneau faced Dyson last night and walked, so he has seen him. This is lobbed to shallow center. Could drop. Oh, what a catch by Echeverria. Wow, what a catch. To send this ball game to the 13th inning. He was the only one in the neighborhood.
That's the kind of play you look back on a club like Miami and you happen to get to the playoffs and you start thinking about plays. This is one you think about. What a play.
Marlins tied at 4 as we go to the 13th inning. Adeiny Echeverria with a sensational catch. I hear you, young man. To send this game to the 13th inning. Matt Belisle is the last man in the Rockies bullpen. And he'll make his 57th appearance, and he'll face Solano, Stanton, and McGee here in the 13th.
And last night, very much not like Matt Belisle to walk 3 guys in an inning. Starts him out with a slider, strike 1 at 86.
And it's a good point in 2 areas, George. It was unlike Matt Belisle, who's always been a consistent strike thrower. And it brings you to the point that Matt threw a number of pitches last night.
I never wanted to turn down the baseball. That fastball at 91. Sometimes adrenaline takes over stiffness and you go throw.
You have to prepare down the road, not just inning by inning, and that's picked up by Morneau. Good feed to Belisle. He led him perfectly. War Weiss has to have a game plan if this thing were to go 15 or 16.
But I mean, you're not going to go to Bergman tomorrow. So what are you going to go to? I mean, that's the plan. That's what they've got to think about. You can't go to Monday's starter.
And you assume guys, you go back a couple of days ago, De La Rosa, you would, I mean, he threw his bullpen. You're not going to mess with De La Rosa. Matzek's already been used. Matzek was a guy who showed up in the 16 inning game. That's not going to happen. Can't happen now.
You got to get there first before you got to worry about it. But
Yeah.
you are planning down the road.
You have to do that. 0-2 on Stanton. Big man tonight. 2 for 5 and a walk. 3 times the Rockies have gotten him out. It's been on a strikeout, and they do it again. Stanton with the golden sombrero. 2 gone here in the 13th.
Yeah, he got after him with his fastball up, elevated with movement. That's why he got it by him. He didn't get it below the hands, but above the hands. Good pitch, Matt Belisle.
Casey McGee, 2 hits tonight. Nice play, Arenado to first. Pick made there by Morneau. Wonderful play by Justin. Great play by Arenado. Well, 1-2-3, 13th for Matt Belisle.
Nice play as Arenado gets after it. Then the scoop by Morneau at first.
one on the left. The one on the right's older. She never took her nap. Remember we saw the sleeping child a little while ago?
He didn't either.
He's
just getting loose.
He just had another cup of coffee. We'll go to the 13th, 4-4. Like some folks probably came over from the Bronco game.
Be nice.
Arenado will lead off. Second inning for Sam Dyson. Hit one out, Nolan. Nolan has one hit tonight, came back in the fourth inning.
He did.
Drive, deep left field's got a chance off the top of the wall. Arenado into second with a leadoff double in the 13th.
That ball got over Yelich so quick. Man, he smacked it. It wasn't far from getting out, I'll tell you that. Talk about dead red fastball, 98 miles an hour, and you get a dead red hitter, Nolan Arenado. He set and he waited and he crushed it.
Yeah, we talk about the home runs, George. Last night we were speculating that Nolan, if he hits his prime, will be a 20-plus home run guy per season. He's also, in my mind, going to be a 40-plus double guy. He's got 31 with that double.
And missed a lot of time.
And missed a lot of time, and obviously there's still 5 more weeks of the season left. So Dickerson with a base hit could win it. And remember, the reason we're in extra frames is because of Corey Dickerson. 4-3, Cishek on in the bottom of the ninth, and Dickerson lost one to the upper deck in right. Just the 33rd baseball to land there in the history of Coors Field, opened in 1995. Dickerson, base hit through the right side. Stanton with the baseball. Here comes Arenado. Here comes the throw. Safe at the plate. The Rockies win it. Dickerson ties it. Dickerson wins it in the 13th. 5-4 Colorado. And I'll tell you something, George. Stanton made a heck of a throw.
He got to it in a hurry, and he was playing a little bit deep because he didn't want the ball over his head, and he's the last Marlin off the field. He threw a bullet to the plate.
Our Jimmy John's freaky fast delivery of the game. Dickerson delivering Arenado. Watch again.
The line drive base hit to the right side. Dickerson's looking to see the jump that Arenado got. The throw comes up out of the hand of Stanton on the money, but Arenado's really good slide. You see Arenado turn that corner. He's making a glance to see where he's got to go, and he beats the throw, and Arenado is as excited after that leadoff double to go hunt down a former teammate of his through the minor leagues, and Corey Dickerson for a W.
No matter what, winning always feels good, especially when you do it in the 13th inning. Rockies survive 5-4. The winning pitcher, Matt Belisle. Sam Dyson takes the loss as we go to center field and check in with Jenny and the gang.
All right, Drew, thanks so much. Coming up on the Toyota postgame show, we got to talk about the hero, Corey Dickerson. A big night for him, and how about the bullpen? A big comeback night for them. It's all coming up next. Toyota postgame show with these guys. Rockies win walk-off style in the 13th inning, 5-4 the final. We'll see you after the break.